Today is June 13th, and the budget workshop is called to order at 10:05. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Black,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Weinstein. Here. Commissioner Hodges. Commissioner Oakley.
Here.
Commissioner Douther.
Present.
All right, the floor is now open for public comment. Floor is now closed for public comment. The first topic for discussion is taxable value estimate from the property appraiser to be used for the 2019 budgeting purposes.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, you've already received this information, but to repeat some of this, and we've included some additional information in here of what the preliminary result is on this is on one of the pages it says 2018 taxable value by taxing authority as of May 31st, 2018, and 2018 estimates for Madeira Beach. The 2018 total taxable value was $1,260,840,536, and the percent change in total taxable value is 7.9%. Now, this is just preliminary estimates. There probably will be, one change in the August time frame. It shouldn't be too significant. What I did on the next page is I estimated the FY 2019 estimated ad valorem calculation based on these numbers. So if you took the 2018 taxable value, which is used for the FY 2019 budgeting for budgeting purposes, and you took the figure of 1,260,840,536 times the millage rate, if the millage rate stays the same at 2.2, and then the millage is per $100 of the mill, and that would be 1,260,841. And then in the third part of that the fourth part of that calculation is we usually take 95% of that, figuring, and that's pretty typical in governmental agencies, figuring that there might be some non-payment or a delay in some payments, and I'll address that as we go forward. So if you follow that calculation that I did, the total estimated property tax revenue that we would receive that would impact the 2019 budget is $2,635,157, and if you compare that to the ad valorem that we got for the 2018 budget, or the budget that we're now in right now, that is $2,446,000, or $2,246,000, and then the difference would be $189,156.72. Now, below that, just for your purposes, because you might say, well, how much of the 2.4 of this year have we collected? And we've pretty much collected almost all of that. We've collected $2,425,886, and I fully expect, some of our collections of non-payment, we typically get that. We typically get that money toward the end of the year. So I fully expect we'll be close to that $2,446,000 number as we get closer to September. So that's basically the calculation. Is there any questions on how that factors?
What's the rollback rate?
Rollback rate hasn't been calculated yet, and I anticipate that. The city manager asked me that too, and I contacted the property appraiser and That's part of the trim package, and I would venture to guess probably
August,
sometime mid-July.
okay.
Madam Mayor, if I may, we should be able to calculate the effective rollback rate. We'll get that information to the board. But something that I do want to communicate to the board is that the budget conceivably as it stands right now is balanced based on the existing millage rate for the city. At this particular moment, staff would not recommend us considering the rollback rate at this particular time, since there's so many other factors that we're still trying to get a better grasp on as it relates to the budget. And we would not necessarily want to encourage adopting that rollback rate, because at minimum, the cost for government, the CPI is 2.1%. You're going to see increases in fuel, you're going to see increases in insurance, you're going to see increases in other commodities that the government acquires. Also, you're going to see an increase in steel, concrete, those types of things with additional tariffs. So it would be our recommendation that if the board is willing to look at, we can provide you the rollback rate, but the budget is conceivably balanced on the 2.2200 mils. And we would recommend that we at least experience the growth that the finance director has articulated because of the cost and the factors that we're starting to see increase. So in subsequent budget cycles, certainly we can look at some other opportunities. Plus, when we look at the increase in revenue that will be collected associated with parking increases and the new fee ordinance, we'll have a better understanding of what the finances look like. And then we can provide you a more real-time, finite number with respect to how the financial health of the organization is as it relates to revenues and expenditures. The finance director can probably tell you that most of the state revenues are flat. The state is not seeing increases in revenues, and they're cautious. They're cautiously optimistic, but their concern is also that there may be an impending recession that's on the horizon. So if that happens, as government entities, we receive our monies in arrears. So that means we would feel the impact a lot longer than your traditional private sector entities. So at this particular moment, staff would recommend that the board allow for us to budget for the existing millage rate and experience the growth.
I would never suggest to go back to the rollback rate. The reason I brought it up is the fact that it's to show the growth of what it is, because the rollback rate would be what we took in last year at that point, and it's going to show that there's growth in there. Even if we stay at the 2.2, we still had a growth in there. So that's all I'm trying to show, is that there was growth even if we stay at 2.2, and how much was that growth?
Yeah, your growth in the aggregate would be that $189,000 in the taxable value that you experience. Now we can calculate the effective rate, but it's safe to assume that the projected growth in the city's taxable value, as far as revenue to the city, will be approximately $189,156.72. Now, Walt, from the taxable value in 2017 and to now, what is the aggregate number? When we look at the tax base in itself, how it's grown. So
You mean other than the calculation?
So we went from 1.1 billion to 1.2 billion. So that equates to, because you have to account for the tangible personal property as well.
Well, the percent change in real property is that 8.7% figure.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to get the dollar amount number. So we'd have to subtract that 1.1 billion versus that 1.2 to actually show what the actual number is. I can calculate that real quick to show what the number in the taxable value is. And you can see by the chart that most of your growth is attributable to increases in property values, not necessarily new construction. So the other development projects that are on the horizon,
That's correct.
you realistically will not experience those until there's a certificate of occupancy that's issued by the organization. So, and that usually takes time because developers are very conscientious of when they get their CO to get that extra year without effectively putting it on the tax roll. So even though we see a building that's vertical and looks like it is ready to be up and operational, conveniently they wait till January 1 to get their certificate of occupancy, even if they're ready to start occupying the facility in November or in October, they just may wait. So that's something that governments throughout the state deal with.
But Commissioner Oakley, we'll try to work on that. I'm kind of leery in doing that because sometimes they make changes before they start
Why don't we
calculating.
just wait till August, July, August, when we get the real number? Because
Okay.
that's going to be the real number that it actually is, and now,
Right.
right at this point, it's just an estimate.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
No, I'm good with that.
The other thing that I have here, or that we have here is, and we actually shared this with the Budget Committee when we met with them on June 7th, is just to provide some, we included a page 7 from the budget book of 2018, just to provide, in the middle of the page, it just provides, and the city manager thought this would be a good graphic to show that really, starting in FY 2016, we really started to, or actually 2017, we actually started to come back to what the revenue was per the millage rate of 2008. So, and of course, after 2008, 2009, that's when we hit those recession years. So we're really starting to come back to where we were in that 2008 level as far as revenue. That 2008, we received 2.2 million, and in the 2017 budget, we were right almost real close to that at the 2.2. So it's a good graphic to show that over a period of time of, what we went through, and now as we're coming out of the recession, hopefully we're back to, where we can see some consistent growth. But as the city manager indicated, there is talk of some recession, and we don't know, what impact that's going to be.
And to the finance director's point, when we included that graphic, it really depicts that even though the private sector and a lot of other entities have communicated that there has been windfalls and growth and the economy is improving, it is in fact improving. However, when you look at the 2008 numbers, and some can argue that those numbers were artificial with respect to the housing market and the housing bubble. So are those really true numbers? But nonetheless, the city received a valuation that the taxable property in Madeira Beach was X, and then effectively against your tax rate, you generated some revenue associated with that. So as the economy went into recession and then now is climbing out of recession, we're now finding out to where we're at the point where we're at about 2008 levels, and based on a lot of the major market indicators that we look at, we anticipate that there may be some hiccups in the economy. So we need to be very conscientious of how we proceed forward and just continue to watch it. And hopefully the economy continues to grow in the way in which it's growing, and the tourism environment that we experience here and the redevelopment and the economic development that we're seeing happen continue to happen in this sense to help soften the blow for the organization in the event that we experience a recession. So how we grow government, we need to remain, status quo. For us, in the field, it's most of us say flat is the new up. So that's kind of the mentality that we're looking at it from an organizational perspective. What do we really need to be able to accomplish the collective goals of the board? And then what do we need to be able to continue to provide services and making sure that we're preparing for that rainy day, because it's inevitable, just the way the economy works, there will be some hiccups along the way. So this visual is just really visualizes that, and it shows that we just, as a government entity, just need to be conscientious, is that we can't forget where we were just at back in 2011, 12, 13, and coming out in 14. So we just have to be mindful that we can see ourselves in that situation fairly quickly if we're not careful.
Okay, I think the next section is the community value survey presentation.
Madam Mayor and members of the board, if I can please share that community value survey once Commissioner Hodges is in attendance. I think it's important for the entire board to be here to talk about the items that were discovered as part of the survey. And if you would be able to make that accommodation, we would certainly appreciate it. And we can definitely jump into that as soon as she arrives.
That's going to be later.
Yeah,
The other,
That's fine with me.
That's fine.
Okay.
And what about the department narratives and goals, that as well, then?
We can get into those if it's the board's pleasure. Certainly, that's something that we can do. But before we jump into the community value surveys, and I just wanted to see from the board if there is consensus for us to continue building the budget document on the existing millage rate of that 2.200 mils, because if the board is looking to go elsewhere, certainly that there's a fiscal impact to that, and we would like to make sure we utilize staff's times to effectively hit the target that the board is looking for. So I just wanted to see if there's consensus for us to proceed forward and develop the budget on that. It doesn't commit the board, but there is, if the board decides to go and say we want the rollback rate, then there's some modifications that we would have to do internally as staff. But I did want to see at least if there's an appetite for the board to allow for staff to build the budget on that millage rate.
I would say yes.
I agree with that.
Okay.
2.2.
Okay.
and really, the information that you'll get tomorrow, we've assumed that, and calculating the departmental requests, and estimating just a quick estimate of what the revenue is, so you will see that tomorrow.
Okay, okay.
We can jump into the community values, or not the community values, sorry, the department narratives. And what I will do is I will go first, and then the finance director can jump in and tackle his departments. So provided to you is, and you'll see there's a packet of various departments, and what we incorporated in the fiscal year 2019 budget is a department narrative. In most communities that I've worked in, a lot of the questions that have been posed from the residents is, what's in that department? What does that department do? And what are their focuses? And what are their goals and objectives? And so what we've done is we've tasked each department with effectively going through their operations, communicating to the public what they do, some of the staff and operations that they have, and to be able to provide almost a Cliff Notes version of what a day in the life of someone in that department, or what that department is focused on. So, for instance, for the city manager's budget, you know, the city manager is the chief administrative officer, is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the government, serves at the pleasure of the board, and serves as the board's chief advisor per se. The board, you of course are the policy-making entity of the organization, whereby the manager's office institutes the policy and runs the day-to-day operations. Included in the manager's budget, we have the public information specialist, and I'm happy to report to you, we've extended an offer to an individual, and they should be starting work on Monday. They have an abundant amount of experience working in larger organizations, working in Sarasota County, working in the public and private sector, and working for a multitude of different government entities, specifically on the communication side, working with print media as well as digital media as well as television. So they're going to bring a much needed skill set to the team. Incorporated in the manager's budget is a shift in one of the personnel. Currently, the human resources coordinator reports exclusively to the finance director. We're moving that particular individual to be under the auspice and guidance of the city manager as it relates to the personnel side, because most of the things that the manager's office deals with is confidential personal information, especially when you're talking about health benefits, when people are out on sick leave, if there's medical conditions, those types of things. So it would be a shift in personnel to report to the manager's office. They would still be an HR coordinator. They still would administer the payroll process and some of the other nuances that assist the finance department, but the day-to-day reporting structure will be that of that individual reporting to the manager. Also, to hit back on the public information specialist, they would also be very critical in the city's emergency communications and publications, how we put out information, how we communicate to our residents, and then also working in collaboration with the HR coordinator, making sure that our employees are notified and understand what they're required to do in the event of a disaster declaration. We also have the executive assistant to the city manager. That particular position still stays in the budget and assists the manager with the day-to-day administrative and clerical functions in the department. The city manager has the opportunity and the blessing of managing the department directors, and in that all the different departments and all the different services that the city does provide. Specific to the department initiatives, what we did was after the goal setting retreat with the board, we looked at some of the major goals that the board had set and making sure that everything and anything we do should be consistent with the policy direction that board has provided us. If we have a goal or objective that falls outside of that, then that's a conversation that we need to have with you as the policymakers, because ultimately we know that with those goals, there's funding contingents on those goals. So we want to effectively accomplish what the board's desires are, and of course you're addressing the concerns and the needs from your constituents. So for human capital, one of the things that we wanted to focus on is recognizing our workforce as our most valuable asset that we have as an organization. We don't do this alone in this profession. Our success is all intertwined. Our employees are certainly the backbone of this organization. I've had the opportunity to ride on the garbage truck with some and play firefighter with others. And I can tell you we have a phenomenal group of individuals. And so making sure that we treat them fairly, we create an environment where they can be successful, we compensate them consistent with industry compensation strategies, and we provide benefits that are sustainable and practical, and most importantly, affordable as well. So we want to constantly look at how we compensate folks. We do want to, if it is the board's pleasure, to consider doing a salary survey to find out where we are, because I think there's some positions in the organization that we may find that we are, in essence, not competitive with our peers. We're having a hard time attracting folks in the sanitation operation, and we're, for instance, I think we're coming in at $9.88 an hour, where other entities are well over $11 or $12 an hour. So you're either serving as the training ground for somebody, or you're not recruiting anyone to serve in various capacities in the department. So I think there's an opportunity for us to look at some of our compensation strategies and how we can be competitive under some of the goals that the board has set for in fiscal year 2018. We also, as another objective under human capital, want to review the existing staffing model to make sure that we have the right people in the right seats on the bus going in the right direction. Some departments, there may be some opportunities for reallocation of personnel. There may be a need for additional personnel, but we need to make sure that we are focused and delivering the services that the board is hearing from their constituents, and it's consistent with what we have in the budget. Obviously, by the decision the board made last night to allow for us to hire a planning and zoning coordinator position, that was a huge step in the right direction for us to be less reliant on a private sector contractor and provider, as well as reducing the expenditure amount that we had to a private contractor that was charging us $125 an hour for 12 hours a week. So that is one of the things that we're going to look at, an opportunity to provide a better level of service by, in essence, looking internally and looking at our staffing model. Another item consistent with that, we had a conversation with the Sheriff's Department about code compliance and how do we look at code compliance citywide, but actually placing an emphasis on having coverage, all throughout the week. Right now, we do have coverage where staff is here on Saturdays and staff alternates, but we get better compliance with uniform officers. It's just, people tend to listen when you have a badge and a gun. That's just the reality of the situation. So we've had some conversations. The Sheriff's Department is providing us a counter proposal, and we think we can effectively deliver a better level of service with a little bit more guidance, more involvement, but actually having that uniform coverage to where it's staff is doing the code compliance work on the weekends. It's not a uniform officer. And so there's some opportunities for some more improvements on that, and that's stuff that we can definitely get into more detail when the planning and zoning director and the building official are here talking about their budget narratives. But that was just some examples of making sure that we're looking at each and every operation and function to make sure it accomplishes what the board would like to see and what administration would like to see from the level and service perspective.
Let me back up for a second, Jonathan.
Mm-hmm.
When you were talking about code enforcement by the city staff, are you saying that we're putting a badge on somebody and sending them out there to do code enforcement?
We have on the weekends, we have our building official and our code compliance officer that alternate Saturdays to go out there and find, whether there's citation or work or those types of things. Yeah. So they're out there. And they're out there during the week as well, not at the same level that our law enforcement personnel is out there. They're a little bit more visible.
Are the people out here, how do I want to say this? They know what we're doing and what we're not doing.
Mm-hmm.
So by not doing Sunday, are they saying, okay, we can get away with this on Sundays?
Well, we've told the patrol deputies that there's no construction on Sundays. So all the patrol deputies effectively know from our conversation we had this week that if you see people that are inspired to do work on the weekends, especially Sunday, they're not supposed to be doing it. So they have put out information to all the patrol deputies that there is not to be any type of construction work or activity on Sunday specifically. So they're informed. I don't know if they knew that prior to our meeting. So now they're aware of that.
Okay, because they had brought to me, Frank and his assistant, that, yeah, we're out there on Saturdays, but we think they're doing stuff on Sundays too. And
Yes.
so that's why I kind of asked that question.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
But, excuse me, you're saying that we will continue to have them go out, but we will also be having officers going
We
on
will,
Saturday?
what we will do is we will be able to be more proactive in our code compliance. Because when I get into the survey, one of the things that you're gonna see is one of the major focuses from residents was community aesthetics. So I think from our perspective, there is a sentiment, and I've heard it from the board numerous times, to focus on community aesthetics, making sure that our beach access points, our roadways, those types of things, our neighborhoods, that we maintain them at a level that is consistent with our mission and vision. And so we want to make sure that we may have our code compliance officer there on Saturday, but we also are gonna have law enforcement. So we're gonna balance it out, but we're gonna have, for instance, we were doing code compliance on Saturdays from, for the first part of the day in the morning. Well, if somebody's inspired enough, they'll just wait till we go home at noon and they'll just pick up and work from noon. It doesn't get dark till 8. So, but we're gonna be out there the whole day. So we're going to not tell them exactly how our schedule is, but we're gonna have a lot more coverage and there's gonna be a lot more presence
now know.
on the code enforcement side. So consider them warned. But we're definitely gonna be focusing more on the code compliance and making sure, even on the beach side, there's some things that we can do a little bit more proactive to get compliance.
I think we have a question from the audience. Yes, please.
John Hendricks, 569 Normandy Road, Madeira Beach. My question is, there are some things, repairing a fence, repairing a gate, replacing some boards on your dock. I mean, a lot of people are only off on Saturday and Sunday, and that's when they can do stuff like that. How detailed are you going to be? If you got a guy replacing some boards on his fence or something, are you saying he can't do that on a Sunday? He can't replace boards on his dock on a Sunday when he works 5 or 6 days a week? That's, I think, really going a little too far. Where do you draw the line on that?
Well, for Madam Mayor, if I may, we're just adhering to the ordinance that's on the books. There's an ordinance on the books that explicitly says that. So if there is something, if there's a deviation that the board desires to make with regards to that, we can make that deviation, but that's a public policy. Our job is to enforce what the ordinance are, the ordinance that's on the book. So, and we have folks that you have to exercise discretion. That's obviously a major factor of that. But, there's small nuances and intricacies that I would hope that our folks would be like, well, he's going out there and he's tinkering with his sprinkler system, or she's doing, work on her fence or what have you. But for more specifically as to what they would waive and not waive, or what they would, I would have to get down to the granular level to talk with that officer, but we will exercise discretion. Yeah.
It needs to be addressed then. I mean, what happens if I go out there to pressure wash my drive or something on a Sunday? Are you saying basically that's a day of rest, nobody can do any work? I don't think that's right, not with people putting in a full week. They need to be able to have time to do some things, and you've got to use some common sense on some of this stuff. And if we're going to draw the line on everything, then you need to have it detailed on what they can and can't do. Because you can't just blanketly say there's no construction, period. I think that's off base, and I think you're going to have a lot of people down here raising Cain if you follow that route.
Well, and I think the construction, I think, is different than just regular tinkering with, your fence or those types of things. I'm talking about, I'm not going to be remodeling a kitchen on Sunday because that is prohibited. And our officers, the first thing, it's called code compliance. So the main goal is compliance. So if effectively we don't want to go out there and issue citations right off the bat, what we're going to do is talk to that person and see, okay, do they have a permit for the work? Because most of the concerns of the issues is people doing work without the permit. And that is effectively in violation of the ordinance. So that's the things that we're really trying to police and trying to monitor, because we know we get a lot of issues during the weekends. But our building official will be in here later on this afternoon, and I'll have him speak specifically to those types of things. But also, I don't want to get into a discussion where I'm communicating effectively what we're going to enforce, what we're going to have some leniency for, because that's effectively communicating our strategy as to how we're going to handle those situations. So I would say every situation is, people will look at it with discretion. It's on a case-by-case scenario, and it's compliance. We don't want to go out there and issue fines and citations. But if somebody is remodeling a kitchen or, building a mother-in-law suite on a Sunday, we will effectively stop them.
Yeah, but I think you really need to, get a lot of this gray area defined so people know. Because at this point, what you're telling me is, yeah, well, we may bust this guy and this other guy, well, we may not bust, depending on how, people are feeling about him in the city government. You can't have something arbitrary like this. You need to define it. That's just my opinion.
Well, and in law enforcement, the most important aspect of law enforcement is discretion. They don't take everyone to jail that they encounter. They don't issue a citation to everybody. We've got to trust that we hire good people, we empower them to make competent decisions and decisions that are defensible. So anyone that we have out there, I would hope that they can understand that you need to be firm but fair, but you need to be consistent at that. And I can't speak for how Jonathan would manage code compliance because I'm not out there seeing the violation. I would have to defer to the expertise of the building official to be able to say exactly how his team and the officers themselves, how they handle that situation. So that's something that we can discuss, and we can have a discussion about what that proverbial gray area is. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we follow the ordinances, and if it doesn't make sense and if it's arbitrary, we need to clean it up, we'll clean it up.
Well, I think you're going to have a lot of repercussion from homeowners on this if you don't straighten that out and let them know what they can do on Sunday, because you're blocking a lot of hardworking people on being able to do things on their day off. Thank you.
Jonathan, in regards to that, I think the way I kind of look at it is, construction, like you said, doing a kitchen, adding a deck. If someone's cutting their grass, repairing the fence, small things like that. But I don't think you can write an ordinance and say, well, you can't cut your grass, you can't, or what you can do or you can't do. I don't think you can list everything. I don't think that is possible.
No, and I think to your point, Commissioner, I think it's really that definition of construction, and I don't think the repairing of a board on your deck or your fence, slat on your fence, I don't think it elevates to that, and I don't even think that they're regulating that. The things they're regulating is I've got a roll-off dumpster in my yard from Sunday at 9 o'clock till Sunday night at 8 o'clock, and I'm gutting homes, because we see that all the time.
Right.
All the time. And so we're trying to make sure that the patrol deputies are aware of it, because invariably the resident comes in and does that, doesn't pull the permit, and then the other side of it, that kicks in the FEMA 50% rule. So now we've got houses that people are going to try to do the weekend warrior work, and then we tell them, what you've done, you've effectively gutted your house, and now you've got a situation that you may not be able to put back in what you just removed. So there's some other challenges that we experience associated with that, but the building official and the planning and zoning director can hit more specifically on that, and they'll be prepared to address that later on this afternoon.
Thank you.
May I make a comment? Oh, are you through? Mm-hmm. May I make a comment? I think with respect to John Hendricks's comments, I think a lot of them are very basic, and I think that we have a lot less confusion from any citizens or any property owners who are wanting to do any work if they would simply call City Hall and find out if they need a permit for that particular job, no matter how small it is. I mean, I've done that myself. You just call City Hall, or you come down here and you say, can I replace whatever? And it's not too small of a job to do that. I think that there's been a tremendous amount of laxity in our administration in the past, probably in the past 7, maybe 10 years, I don't know, because I do walk the street so much, and I do see that. And certainly I can understand John's point about, if you're replacing 3 boards on your dock, but if you've got a chunk of wood sitting out in front of your house, it's just been delivered, and you've got 2 guys from a dock company or whatever, a deck company, out there working on Sunday, and I don't see, not me, but even me, that's right, as a citizen, I don't see a permit posted. Well, I'm going to ask questions, just like they came and asked me questions when I made sure that my storm shutters, for instance, that I had installed were, that I showed the permit right on the front of the property. So I think a lot of it is communication between the citizen or the person doing the work in City Hall. And I don't think I can overemphasize that too much. So I just would encourage any person wanting to do anything to come down here and get a really specific definition if they've got to have a permit. And if they have to have a permit, then get it. Because I think that a lot of our violations are from people who know they're doing wrong, okay? It's as simple as that. And they think they can get away with it. And I don't think we're running too strong of an organization by saying, wait a minute, we're looking out for the whole city. We got to see what's going on. Thank you.
And I think that people, they know in their heart of hearts whether it's a major construction or just, puttering around the house and fixing things.
Right.
So I don't think that'll be difficult to enforce.
I don't think so either, Mayor. I think that the difficulty is going to be that there has been, like I said, so much laxity in it. And it's been some things it's done on a preferred basis, okay? You let one person do it, but you don't let somebody else do it. So I think it's a fair way, and I hope that, John, that that's the way it will be perceived by citizens. I do too.
One in the entire city that knows this now.
Right, well, I think it's important. I think
And the
it's important.
thousands watching at home.
Yes.
The objective 3 is to make some, under human capital, is to revise our personnel manual and incorporate the appropriate changes in federal, state, and local laws, and to do so in collaboration with the Civil Service Board. We know that the board was just reinstituted, and there's some things in our personnel policy that we need to make some modifications. And I can show you a specific an example. There was a district court challenge that said that you couldn't take any more urine samples for positions that are not public safety sensitive. So realistically, we cannot drug test individuals that don't, if you have a CDL license, I can. And we can still do random drugs tests. But if it's somebody that's a clerical position, I can't drug test them anymore because it's unconstitutional. It's unlawful search and seizure. So, which is quite unique. And so a lot of government entities have effectively have disbanded their drug testing policies for positions that are not public safety sensitive. And so we would probably end up following suit that said, okay, if you're working with kids, obviously, if you've got a CDL license, yes, firefighters, yes, anybody that's working in a utility operations where there's heavy equipment and those types of, where there's some safety, major safety concerns, we effectively can go ahead and drug test them. But that just shows you how federal law has changed. And that basically came to light when a individual applied for a job in the Keys, I believe, and did get the job and then took the drug test and was not successful in obtaining a passing score. And they filed a lawsuit, and the district court issued an opinion that it's unlawful search and seizure, and it's a violation of, I believe, the Fourth Amendment. Again, there's things that are ever changing, ever evolving with respect to state and federal law on employment. We obviously see healthcare as something that is ever changing and ever evolving. So we just need to consistently look to revamp and revise and change and modify our personnel manual. So that's going to be something that the manager's office, in collaboration with department heads and the board, is going to be working on. Yep.
How did they not determine that that was discriminatory against the other side? I mean, if you can't do a drug test on a clerical employee, well then isn't that discriminatory against the other people that you have to? Do you see my point?
Yeah, and that's why a lot of agencies have said that the argument can be made for public safety anytime, because our fundamental role and responsibility of government is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Right. So there was justification and the ability to say, yes, we can drug test for these, but all these other positions, we don't encourage you to do so. And so it changes. It all depends on what the court's ruling is. And so a lot of labor attorneys have effectively recommended that we don't do that. But they did drug test me here. Just saying that, just for the record. I was drug tested here. So
Thanks so much.
I passed overwhelmingly. So the next item is a goal under internal communications, and internal and external communications. And the development of a communications and marketing plan to look to rebrand the city, that's something that now we have somebody that's coming on board. We're going to be focusing on that, and that's going to be a major initiative for the manager's office. And obviously, that's going to be something that you as the policymakers are going to be involved in what's going on as far as our public communication, really emphasizing getting the information out to our residents as much real time as possible so they're informed and they're engaged to what's going on. Objective 2 is the city's website. There's obviously a focus on the city's website and how we utilize that as the main repository for city information and have it to where people feel inspired and engaged and compelled to visit our website to get the information that they're looking for and not feel that they have to call to get the information, that it's at their fingertips whenever they want to learn about or find out about city business. We want to develop some public policy on our next objective on social media, how we monitor, how we manage, how we retain that information, because that is still public information and we're required to maintain that per Chapter 119 of the Florida State Statutes. So we want to utilize those tools, but we want to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place to retain that information in the event it's ever asked for. We're going to continue putting out the Objective 4, continue putting out the city manager's report and communicating to the public. We've got a lot of positive responses from folks getting that publication, and the departments have been good in submitting information on the report. So that will consistently go out, and we're going to even look to increase and enhance more of our public communications. The next goal is fiscal sustainability. The finance director already provides updates to the board on the financial state of the organization, but we want to do that quarterly in a verbal presentation to share with the public how the revenues, expenditures, where we find ourselves, and just really pull back the veil of our finances to show that we are managing the funds judiciously and consistent with the directions as provided by the board. Objective 2 is add a transparency portal or what have you on the city's website and provide for more fiscal data to be able to be accessible to the public at the times in which they're looking for the data. So you'll be able to get a good understanding real time on what's happening in the city, as well as looking at information that happened in previous years to say, hey, where we are year to date over the past couple of years, is this particular budget item are we over expending what we've done last year's, and if so, is there any notation? So the finance director has looked at an entity that it's really a plug and play system that will load up on our website. So we're already having the discussions about that and how we can add that onto the new website, and that would be our transparency portal. Objective 3, consistent with some of the discussions that have been had by the board, to audit specific revenue and cost centers. We want to get into a more granular audit whereby we go into an audit. If there's money or transactions that's taking place in the city, we want to get a good understanding to make sure that our cash handling policies are up to date, that we are making sure there's appropriate controls, and that we are making every effort to secure the finances of the organization, but ensure that we never do anything to jeopardize the public's trust. So there is going to be some targeted audits that will occur, possibly starting as early as this fiscal year, but definitely into next fiscal year, looking at those cost centers, looking at those revenue streams. If there's dollars coming in and dollars going out, if there's rental arrangements, all those contracts, those things will be audited, and that information will be provided to us, and then we would certainly provide it to the board if there is any inconsistencies or things that are of some concerns, or if things come back and say that we are exceptional or need to be improved, we'll certainly share that with the board. But there is going to be more specific audits than your annual comprehensive financial report, because that looks at different things. This is going to go right into the arm's length transactions, whether it's from the consumer to the cashier and vice versa, and how that transaction occurs. So we're going to be looking in that in all our cost centers. The next one is looking at alternative revenue streams for the purposes of strengthening the fiscal position of the city. Looking at additional revenue streams is one, but also looking at our expenditures, making sure that we're not overexpending or overextending ourselves. But to Commissioner Oakley's point in previous conversations with me, who's a big advocate for us to get a seat at the table at the TDT, we've gotten some information about that, and we are working to look at opportunities to go after some of those TDT dollars, because, and the finance director can provide a little bit more insight into that, but basically how the system is that portion that the money's collected, and it's really under the auspice and the control of the Board of County Commissioners how the money is allocated. But in essence, for us to get a bite at that apple, we have to have state and federal funding matching some of those projects. If it's for capital infrastructure, if it's for a elite event, we can go through a process and receive an appropriation from the elite events monies, and that's something that Old Salts has done. But for us to get some monies for the sand groins specifically, let's say that was a project we wanted to go after, it's a pretty tedious project. But nonetheless, what we would like to do, and that's, I think the board is going to be satisfied, is to start putting together that white paper and the documents necessary to go after some of that TDT money, that capital dollars. Now, this is probably going to be a 24-month to 36-month process. Director Pierce did speak with a representative from the TDT, and we asked the question, well, do you have any documentation when the last time is that we received any beach renourishment money? And to their records, they could not find anything. And to our records, we could not find anything. So unless there's information that's provided to us that said we received money from beach renourishment, we have a good argument to be able to utilize that fund. Treasure Island is going to be a recipient of those funds, and so we're going to advocate for a seat at the table to try to receive some of those TDT funds. A large portion of that, though, is appropriated for fund balance and reserves, a very large portion of that money, and they have specific money for capital and then some for the elite events. But we want to go after, at minimum, some of those capital dollars, but that's going to be something that when the representative's here to speak to us, that we're trying to get scheduled for one of your workshops, that we really take a strong approach to get a proverbial seat at the table, because obviously we contribute to that bed tax, and we contribute to the overall tourist economy. So we know our sand groins are at a point where they definitely need to be repaired, and that is a good capital project that I think an entity like that would support us. Director Pierce, do you want to hit on some of the things that in your conversations with the representatives from the TDT and what that fund does, and how the percentage formula and all that works out for us?
Also, that we're trying to set up a meeting where a representative comes to the next workshop or next community commission workshop or meeting. So the discussion I had was they do, I think it's 40% of their the funds that they have available is geared for capital projects, and the other 60% of the money they get is for their own operating costs. So they do have beach nourishment and beach improvement, and those are things that we want to take advantage. There's some guidelines that we need to meet. We have to meet certain criteria, and I can provide that information to the commission, and how the application process is. It's pretty involved, and there is an extensive review that happens before funds are approved by their council, and then it goes, then they send the funding recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. So it's kind of an involved process, and some of the capital funding matches state and federal grants. But again, some of that a lot of that information I can send to the commission.
Okay.
And as soon as we find out when a representative can come and speak, we'll indicate that to the commission.
Develop a long-term financial management plan, reserves, revenues, expenditures, investment strategies, debt management strategies. This budget document, we are going to do our darndest to attempt to receive the GFOA Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. The Finance Director has reached out to Government's Finance Officers Association. It's a entity that's based out of Chicago, but it's every fiscal analyst, finance director, for the most part, assistant finance director, is a member of that association. They have local chapters, they have a statewide association. So we need a lot of policies that some policies we have in place, some policies we need to create for the purposes of submitting for that award. If we're successful in obtaining that award, and we haven't, as a city, ever obtained that award, we, in essence, can find ourselves getting better interest rates for loans or refinances. It basically says that your budget document and your fiscal policies are benchmarks. And there's only about 3,000, 4,000 cities in the country that ever received that award. It's a pretty tedious process. And fortunately, I've been able to take one agency that's never gotten that award before, and we got it the first year we did submit, and then subsequent years they've received it ever since. And then I was just informed that in Riviera Beach, they hadn't received it in 24 years, and we were successful in receiving it in our last budget document. So my goal is for us to be able to, in essence, do the same thing here and accomplish that award, because it really shows that your budget is not just a budget document that has the numbers and the facts and figures in there, but it has the goals, the objectives, it has the measurable components that, when you say, hey, Jonathan, how are we doing on X, Y, and Z? It's under goal, human capital. Did we do a compensation study, yes or no? And so it provides qualifiable and quantifiable measurables that we can bring back to the board. And the document becomes a communication tool that you can definitely provide to your residents, because just the budget narratives already adds 21 pages to the budget document, and that's not even some of the other stuff we've got to put in. So staff is working diligently to really make this budget product something that the board can be excited about, the community can be excited about, and really communicates all the meat and potatoes and the finances that people have been interested in seeing. And so we have a lot of qualified and capable individuals in this community that have a lot of experience, and so certainly it would be a good opportunity to get some feedback on the budget document once we put it out, and things that we can do to constantly improve it. So the fiscal side is something that's going to be a major emphasis for the manager's office moving forward.
And if I could just say one thing too. I think it might be a little time consuming in reviewing these today and tedious, but I think it's important too to review this in lieu of tomorrow, so that you know where the priorities are. So when you look at the dollars, are there enough dollars in your mind going to certain areas? So this is a good precursor to tomorrow. And so, a lot of this, as you're reviewing it today, you can be thinking about, as you see the figures tomorrow, we're putting 5,000 here. Is it enough? It's one of our goals. Do we need to put more? Do we need to move things around? So we didn't have an opportunity to do this. I came on board late May last year, and I'm kind of disappointed we didn't have an opportunity to do this. And as the city manager indicated, it is tied to your strategic plan, and it's a very, very important part of the budget process. So I just want to put my 2 cents in on that.
I think one of the areas that you need to look at in this is the infrastructure part too, because any capital project that gets brought to the board needs to have that as part of their ongoing plan, because that's where in previous years it's been dropped. And it could go back 10 years, 15 years, but it doesn't seem like we do something, build something, put something in, and then we have no ongoing maintenance of it. 9/11 Memorial is a good example of that, and then we have the marina. We've got this new facility, and we all know there's some things that need to be done here, the rec center. So I think that needs to be a built-in plan with ongoing funding throughout eternity, because things are always going to need to be fixed.
Well, and to your point, Commissioner Oley, one of the things that we want to do, if we bring you a capital project that says the capital project's $100,000, we don't need to say it's just $100,000. It may be $100,000 for the capital acquisition, but then $10,000 a year for maintenance and perpetuity.
Exactly.
So we need to, and effectively that's what we're trying to do, especially sometimes when you build facilities, and we used to do this in my past experience. If I build a facility, invariably, you know, sometimes that comes with an additional person, or this comes with another. So we have to, if I say it's gonna cost me $5 million, but realistically there's another $1 million in repair, maintenance, and operation, the project is $6 million. I can't just sell you on the capital cost itself. So as part of the CIP, that's something that we wanna make sure that, hey, these are just the numbers if we were to acquire the widget, but then what's the other dollar amounts to make it work, so you get a full picture. But yeah, we're working on that.
It's like when you give us an ordinance or whatever, you always put in there, what is the fiscal impact to the city, and where's the money coming from, and da-da-da. On that side of a capital project, we need to know that too, because it's not just building a building and you put it up for $500,000 and we walk away and never have to do another thing to it. We all know that's not reality. So that would be a good thing to stick in that part, is infrastructure there.
Okay.
I'd like to make two comments. First one is just what you said. Maybe it should be called a perpetual fund.
Yes.
And not a capital improvement fund.
Right.
Because it really doesn't designate the capital. I mean, the capital improvement's great. Anyway, that's the only comment I was going to make about that. But back to what Jonathan and what Walt were saying about the, I like to call it the continuing education, perhaps, of our continuing education and continual learning of all of our staff and us as a board. And I think, I have thought a lot about the continuing monies, the monies that will need to go into continued education, continued learning, and, for instance, like this distinguished budget thing. I think that's it's a measurable goal. It's not something that's just given out, or else it would be given out to 100,000 cities. So it really is something that I've heard of it before, and I never really ever thought, I guess I didn't really know too much about it, except I have heard of it, but I think it is definitely measurable, and I think we've already started that on a very, very, very small degree, but when you brought to us the the programs that we've already had on public records or on ethics and stuff like that, we never really had that before, so I think this is a start, and I think I certainly will be considering a lot of that also tomorrow, future budget sessions. Thank you.
With the other goal, growth management, is continue to promote strategies and information to the community with respect to smart growth. We need to do as a city a better job in communicating what growth and development is, what is effectively happening. Last night was a huge step in the right direction that this board took to require the site plan process, effectively allowing for your constituents to hear something in a public hearing where in the past they couldn't. So that just shows that the board is focused on that, and on that same train, staff wants to make sure that when development projects and things are happening, that folks can see what the impacts are going to be, more community charrette meetings, more discussions about that, and making sure you're well informed as a policymaker. To that point, staff is in the process of really trying to narrow down a land use attorney to assist us. They are very expensive. They are probably one of the most expensive attorney billable rates, but their expertise, because they can change dynamic of a community based on their perspective on zoning and planning and those types of things. So they are a huge asset to the organization. So we're to the point where we'll probably have them solidified, I'd say, in the next 10 to 14 days as to who the land use attorney is. And that would be somebody that I would recommend that the city consistently engage when we get into the conversations about plan unit developments, PUDs, and they can, get the direction from staff and the board as to effectively what would you like to see is protected and preserved and those kind of things. So we look forward to bringing that person on board and having a workshop with them so they can hear directly from you and communicate to you that you have a subject matter expert that will assist your planning and zoning director to make sure that we promote smart growth and we realize that, not everything is going to work here in our community, and consistent with your vision and value statement and mission statement, the eclectic mix of the housing stock we have here in the businesses and all those things that we want to preserve. So that's a goal for us. Continue to always provide additional education forums and community charrettes on development. We touched on that, and that's an objective as well. Research and promote alternative transportation options to reduce carbon emissions and fossil fuels. Anything that we can do to help people get from point A to point B and lessen congestion on our roadways, or even look at an opportunity to promote some additional pedestrian opportunities is something that we certainly need to advocate for. I had a conversation with just for the board's edification, I had a conversation with a press reporter about the unfortunate accident that occurred in Treasure Island with the two pedestrian fatalities. And my remarks were, we need to have a more in-depth conversation on pedestrian access. We need to have more conversation about what the state law says about pedestrians being able to cross the roadway, because basically the law allows for you to cross from point A to point B at any part of the roadway as long as it's on a straight line. If you dart through traffic or you go diagonal, they could effectively write you a citation. But I did tell the press, we as kids were told, go to the crosswalk, look both ways and cross. And then on the other side, we have a law that doesn't mimic what we've been telling 6-year-olds. So we as a community, and I asked that we need to have a conversation. We need to bring FDOT in the room, and we need to discuss, and they need to see for themselves how people traverse our roadways here, and how this stretch of roadway, our goal should be to make it the most pedestrian-friendly piece of roadway in Pinellas County, if not in the state. But it's going to really require FDOT and the local governments to really put some pressure to see some changes on how we allow for vehicular and pedestrians to access that roadway and access our beaches. So there's probably going to be an article about that, but I think we as a city, whether it's by virtue of resolutions or ordinances or what we have to do, there's certain things we can do, certain things we can't do, but mobility is a big thing that we would like to push, even if it's just at minimum. Better lighting at our crosswalks, better signage, we can try to advocate for those things, and we certainly will do that.
Well, I think DOT needs to really take a look at what we're seeing every day. They're not out here every day. Mm-hmm. And just like the one that I've advocated at Dockside Dave's, because there is beach access there, and there's people every day in the middle of the road there. And it's just, you've got to look at human nature and what they do. They're not going to walk down to the Speedway, and they're not going to walk down to 150th. So look at what they actually do versus just saying, no, we're not going to put another one in.
Yeah, I agree. I think we need more crosswalks, because I see that all the time going up and down Gulf Boulevard. People crossing, and there's, a crosswalk is too far away for them to, they're not going to walk there.
Right, but they said, well, we don't want 3 in a 3-block area. Well, you cross the bridge in Treasure Island, there's 2 blocks, there's 2 of them. You come over Johns Pass, and within 3 blocks, there's 3 of them, and then another block and a half, there's 2 more. So, you know, it's like they're talking out both sides of their mouth on the issue.
Right.
Well,
They are.
And what I said to the reporter is I would like for us to host the meeting, but I said I think we need to start it where we start outside, and we gotta just observe for 10 minutes. That's all, and you'll see it, because the pedestrians are like water, path of least resistance, and so that's and I'm guilty of that as well. But
We all are.
we definitely need to make sure that we at least have the conversation and advocate as much as possible for better opportunities for pedestrians. We're a 2-mile long city. There's no reason why we should aspire to be the most walkable, pedestrian-friendly community in the state of Florida. That should be the goal,
Even at night.
even at night.
But on
That's
the other
right.
hand, you really need to inform the people that are doing the walking, because I've been through their crosswalk many, many times, and they don't push the button. And it's like,
Yeah.
push the button. It's not that hard. It'll save your life.
You know, the other thing is, even people using the crosswalks at night and not pushing the button, it's so dark, you don't see them.
Right.
You know, we should have lights there, you know, a big light, so people can be seen. I mean, just simple things like that.
I remember the lighting that they used in, or that they attempted to use in Treasure Island when the crosswalks were first put up. And they designated that the crosswalk area was actually painted a luminescent, you know, red or orange or something like that. So that when you're walking across that crosswalk at night, you would be able to see where you were walking, okay? And the cars would also see it with their headlights. And darn if they didn't have it down, I'll bet you not more than 2 weeks. And the Department of Transportation, whoever, the ruling party for Gulf Boulevard, made them paint it all over or made them put tar all over it again, you know, just asphalt it again. I thought it was terrible because they were really trying to do something that identified, that's right, that
I think-
saved people's lives.
I think the city of Tampa is also trying to have road humps or,
Wow,
yeah, to further slow
that
down,
would help.
yeah.
Mr.
Well,
Bender?
and those types of things, I can tell you, public safety, if they were here, they would tell you speed humps are a nightmare because those vehicles just take a beating and it actually slows them up from responding to calls. But there's some other things that we can do to handle the traffic flow and lighting the crosswalks, but also lighting, you know, our side streets and those types of things. There's some things we can do. But we do want to have that as a major focus consistent with the organizational
I think
goals.
the hotels and property owners that rent, and those people need to be aware of that too, and tell these people when they cross the street, be sure and push the button and don't go 100% on it, look both ways, because they fly through that too.
Yeah.
Yes. That's fine. Well, excuse me, what's being recorded, you should probably
Yes.
come up.
John Hendricks, 569 Normandy Road, Madeira Beach. Nancy brought up a good point, and that's the one thing I was going to bring up. These pedestrians will not push that button, a lot of them. And you can't see them during the day. Everybody's driving SUVs, big trucks and whatnot. You cannot see them. And a big group will be strung out 20 feet going across the road. And people are in a hurry and have a place to go, and they're distracted. Motion detectors are very cheap. I can go to Home Depot and get floodlights all day long with motion detectors. And I'm wondering if that might be another option rather than the push button or along with the push button, because of these people that aren't pushing the buttons to cross the street, because frankly, you just can't see them.
Right, that could be a solution. Thank you.
Going under the goal of safety and healthy living, maintain the existing level of service in a judicious manner while maintaining the standards and that we're on par. If we can always consistently do better as a government. We don't have to wait till we're sick to get better. So we're always going to be constantly looking to have some process improvements in place. Always, of course, protecting, preserving the public's health, safety, and welfare, and making sure that we have the adequate resources as it relates to public safety. Objective 3 is the procurement of an emergency generator to operate the city hall and the emergency operations center. Right now, I did send the board an email that we're looking at trying to get a total cost of what the generator is going to be. The number that's been thrown out there is $286,000, but I didn't want to bring that item forward because that is just the acquisition, I think, and the installation, not the cost to move the other generator, hook it up, those different things. So once we get a total number, we should be able to give the board a better understanding of that. I think we can move fairly quickly on that, and so I will touch base with the HR coordinator who's been working on the grant applications, which we believe that we'll be able to get at least $200,000 back with the grant. It's pretty much guaranteed. If you do purchase a grant or a generator, you will get that grant. So a large portion of that money will come back, but I wanted to provide the board the actual hard cost for the total project. And that's probably something I can give you an update on. If not at the next regular workshop, I can definitely, if I get it sooner, I can provide it to you in email as soon as I get that. But we are looking to move forward in that space.
Does that include the housing too, John?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I have to get all the specifics, because I'm like the foundation, the cover, all that
Right,
stuff.
okay.
And so there's still some moving parts. So I didn't want us to get out there and say, Jonathan, go out and buy a generator, and then I say, oh, well, it's $600,000.
Right.
So I want to
Okay.
make sure I get all those numbers, but we know it's something that we need to do. And then annually modify our city's emergency operations plan to ensure that we're in compliance with the state, and local, and federal emergency management. We did that last night. We're going to probably be setting up community or charrette meetings whereby we run through a scenario that we're 24 hours out, 48 hours out, 72 hours out, and how would the city effectively respond, where we get to store vehicles, those types of things. And then another component is making sure that we offer some type of community conversation on emergency preparedness and educate the community on things that they need to do. Certainly, we can't emphasize the importance of people procuring their hurricane supplies now versus waiting for, when the storm is actually spinning around in the ocean. It makes it a lot more challenging and a lot more concerning for those that are in the public safety side. But I think it's safe for the community to come in and have a conversation with us as far as what our emergency response is, the numbers to call, when do we activate, how do they know when we activate, those kind of things. So emergency management and disaster preparedness is certainly going to be a priority for this administration as we move forward. So that, in a nutshell, is the city manager's budget narrative and goals and objectives. So if there's not any questions, I can.
Well, you set yourself some really high standards.
I did. And you know what? I've done that when I've done this before. A lot of my board members said, Jonathan, thank you for your performance evaluation, because I'm going to be checking the boxes. So I kind of figured that. So
I was thinking you should put a box there instead of a dot.
yeah, it probably will. I can definitely get you guys the box ones. So with that being said, we can turn it over to either the clerk or the finance director if they wanted to jump into theirs. The clerk has the boards as well as her own.
I'll jump into mine. One thing too, just to clarify this, since this is the first year that we're starting this, next year, actually, we're going to be required to post the results of some of these, how well we did in meeting these, So for next year's budget cycle.
Next year, would you number the pages in here so when we go to the department, we know which page it's on?
Again,
Yes.
Thank you.
this is a learning experience that,
That's a very good one.
right. You know, and the other thing is too that I wanted to make clear, I think the city manager mentioned it, you know, this is still a draft document, so anything that the commission wants to improve or change, you know, during today or after today, that's fine. And, you know, it's the hope to have this in the budget book as the first page introducing the department. So under finance, the narrative indicates that it provides, the finance department provides oversight of all financial transactions within the city, which includes auditing, accounting, and financial reporting, and operating and capital budgeting, debt service management, fixed assets management, which is my favorite, which I'm joking, parking enforcement, information technology, treasury investment management, payroll and procurement. The services specifically provided include financial management, and it breaks those out: treasury management, financial reporting, compliance, and information technology. The first goal for the department, internal and external communications, mine very similar to the city managers, to build support and trust of the residents by posting the financial statements, not only in a timely manner, which we have been doing, but making the city manager, through the city manager to the commission, significant financial situations impacting the city. I think that's important. Anytime something comes up that's significant, I think it's important to not leave it alone, but attack it right away and figure out how and ways to best attack a situation like that. And as indicated by the city manager, objective 2, we do have a transparency portal that we're planning to add to the website, which is already a pre-programmed or structured vehicle, which all we have to do is we give them the data, and they just dump it into a preset format of areas where it would be user-friendly, and graphs and texts and comments that would make it very user-friendly for the person looking at it to figure out. And again, the whole idea about that is to limit the questions that we've been getting and try to provide answers to some of the questions out there. And objective number 3 is to engage residents who maybe, and I get these calls every once in a while, you know, is this true, or is this true, or are we doing this? And, you know, and I think sometimes it takes a lot of time to do that, but, you know, we do want to take time to address people's concerns, because, you know, if they have the right answers and the good answers, they're going to talk to other people about them and spread the word about some of the good things that we are doing. Under financial stability, it's pretty much mirrors some of the things that the city manager said. I know we offer financial reports monthly right now, and it's been my goal since starting with the city to revamp that monthly financial that we do, to provide a little bit better information and more information. Time has been a problem, but we want to provide some more facts and figures and projections too. This is the stats and the figures for this particular month as compared to last year. But where are we going? What does it look like in the future? And try to do some projections for the rest of the year. You know, are we going to be on track as we head toward, if we're in the mid-year, how are we doing? And are there going to be things that are going to impact the way to September and how we finish the fiscal year? Objective 2 is to look at changes that we've made, and I refer to the fee schedule. What impact would those have make, and to monitor those. I know last night commission passed the fee schedule. You know, one impact is some of those going to be, and I think it's going to be important to track some of that going forward. I'm interested, very interested in tracking the significance of raising the parking fees, because, you know, it's going to be interesting to see, is there an impact to that? Are we still going to see growth to that or a decrease? So I think that's important. And it's important for future fee schedules to possibly increase that even further. The objective 3 is to recommend and search new directions that the city might take advantage of to strengthen its revenue base. And I think this mirrors the city managers. And also, what can you do to decrease areas of rising costs? And I think one thing that, and it was mentioned last night, that 2 words, impact fees, we really need to do our best to structure that so that we're getting the most we possibly can for new construction. And I know that might be the responsibility in the planning department, but in the finance department, you know, we want to work hand in hand and make sure that we're getting the most in that area that we can. Human capital, we want to strengthen business practices with staff and how best to use these as the city, in the city's the first objective of human capital was how to, I've got ERP system there, but I basically, how can we strengthen the practices of the financial software system? How can we make it better? And objective 2 would be to give more access to staff to that system. You know, when I got here, basically, most of the departments did not have access to that system, and we're slowly giving more departments the controls and the flexibility to go into the system to check the figures themselves, rather than depend on the finance director to send them reports at the end of each month. If they have an inquiry or want to check the balance on a certain account and they want it to be now, because I did 4 purchase orders yesterday, they should have that flexibility to do that. And objective number 3 is to encourage feedback from my staff on ways we can do business better. You know, sometimes staff comes in my office and they complain about things, and, you know, and they do have good ideas on how we can make things better, and I do like to encourage that. Infrastructure, I think the one big challenge there is stormwater challenges that we have, and we need to do a better job in trying to get more funding and grant funding for that, because I think if not tomorrow, probably in next week or the next budget workshop, that we do have some stormwater issues going forward in the next couple of years that we have to address. So it's a very important area. Number 2, second objective is to expand communication on the importance of improving our main asset, which is the beaches, and how we can improve the beach through beach groin replacement and so forth. And objective 3, encourage citizens to rally behind issues such as undergrounding utilities to make the city even better, so that when the hurricane strikes, it's not going to knock out everybody's power.
Get mine.
Right. So that's the finance. Is there any questions on the finance department?
ERP is the accounting system, correct?
Yeah, that's the financial. We're going to change that to financial software system.
Okay.
And the name of our system is called Munis, which is a product of Tyler Tech.
What does ERP stand for?
It's
Something program.
I have a blank, but it's
Enterprise Resource Program.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, you wrote down here better use of existing funds. available. You have any examples of that?
Which one is that?
It's infrastructure, number 2, no, number 1.
Infrastructure?
Number 1. This can be done through grants and better use of existing
I
funds.
think the main thing there that I was trying to point out is we are going to be facing some stormwater issues, additional roads throughout the city that need to be repaired, and I think that it's important to keep our relationship with Swift Mud and the grants that we get through them and keep that contact. And again, I know that's, there's 3 or 4 departments that we have that stay in contact with them, but I see that as a responsibility as finance as well, to stay on top of that, to get as much of the funds we can from those grants as possible. And that's, I don't really list it here, but, and probably go into it more tomorrow, but the auditor kind of made it clear to the commission, and while we received a very good audit, and he made that clear, the one area that we can improve on is the tracking, monitoring of grants, and coordinating the paperwork and all that stuff in a better way. So as the director of finance, that's one thing that I'm really going to try to devote more time to and resources to make sure that we're keeping track of grants. And the auditor is very much a paper type person. He wants to open the folder and see all the papers there. And for the first year in a while, he had to do a single audit because we exceeded the threshold as he indicated to the commission. And he did that this year. It would make his job a lot easier if we had better maintenance of the grants, and it's also a goal to exceed the number of grants. And I know it takes a lot of time to do that, but that's a priority as well.
And the single audit's the one the state requires for grants over a certain dollar amount?
Yeah, the threshold is, I believe it's 750,000, and we didn't meet the threshold or didn't have to do it for the federal grants that we received, but we did make it through the state. So it was a state.
You only had to do one?
I'm sorry?
You only had to do one?
He had to do it, yes. It's a separate state-required single audit.
I know they do.
It was because we.
That goes to the state of Florida. I think I'll do parking as well.
On page.
On page blank, it's right after.
It's not numbered.
Actually, it's
That's our
right after the
recommendation.
community development.
I'm
The-
sorry, where is it, Walt?
It's actually the next one after the first one. It's right after community development.
Oh, cool.
Parking enforcement division and the functions of that area is to patrol daily each of the 14 parking lots that comprise 537 parking spaces throughout the city, and ensure proper maintenance and functionality of the parking stations, making sure that they're operated properly, that there's no jams or anything. I think it's a priority, which I stress to the staff. I think sometimes some of the parking enforcement staff get a little ticket happy, and I see it as my job to try to, particularly with the new machines, to indicate that you're out there to educate too, so that if somebody is having issues and problems, take the time to show them how the new pay-by-plate system works. And I think it's important to do that, so that, I think that builds up, good feeling with our visitors and our guests, and we want them to come back, and we want them to be able to use those machines and be comfortable with them. So I do see it as a learning experience. And so, I have tried to kind of diffuse the ticket process a little bit, during this new machine process, specifically for that purpose.
I bet you every one of those visitors, I know the ones in John's Pass, they all have a picture of their tag on their phone. I mean,
They do.
I'm always
I've
seeing
noticed
that.
that as well.
But visitors who do violate the parking restrictions in city ordinances will be issued parking violations by the parking enforcement staff or the deputy sheriff. The parking staff follow strict procedures relating to the processing or counting of cash transactions. They do take in a lot of money. We made over $2 million last year in parking, and it's something we take very seriously in monitoring. I know Donna, my assistant, actually oversees the counting of a lot of the money that takes place, usually on Friday. And so we're pretty strict on those. And also, you know, we want to encourage, and I know Calais wants to encourage this too, to educate. And the whole idea, additional advantage of educating our visitors is try to get them away from using coins. And the more that our visitors use the cards, that actually will save us time and money, because it does take a lot of time on Fridays to count all the cash, and it's actually better reporting too, or quick reporting by use of the cards. So we do want to encourage that and promote that, you know, to our guests and visitors.
What's the percentage of credit cards versus cash? I've never heard that.
I can get that to you. I don't have that offhand, but I will get that to you tomorrow.
Okay,
Madam
thank you.
Mayor, if I may, and I believe, and Walt, correct me if I'm wrong, or I mean Director Pierce, correct me if I'm wrong, that the representative from the parking meter vendor is going to be in town here, I believe this summer, and we wanted to have them come in and provide a presentation to the board about how the machines are operating, some nuances and intricacies of the machines, and also how we can utilize the app to really do some innovative things. The end goal is to push people to where they utilize it on an app. That ultimately is where the industry is changing to, because ease of convenience, you can extend the time sitting in the restaurant or what have you. And the other side is if, for instance, the board wanted to say, you know what, for at 7 o'clock, 7:30 during dinner time, we want to reduce the parking by an hour. You can offer that as an incentive through the app for those folks that haven't go through the app. You can actually put discounts. You can do promotions if you wanted to say, you know, if an entity wanted to come in and pay the city $10,000 a year to do, you know, a promotional thing, you can do that. The app is very intuitive. It provides a lot of opportunities for the city. We're really not promoting and not utilizing it to its full capability. So that's something that we're going to look at, and we'll have the discussion with the representative, and our public information person will plug into that, and then we'll be able to have a real broad discussion as to what things that we want to do to encourage people to utilize the app.
But this was kind of going behind what I said when I wanted a brochure on the new parking machines and have information on the app. Because a person, if they had one of those and they're sitting in their hotel room before they went down to the John's Pass or the beach or whatever, they would be more inclined to download that app in their hotel room than try to do it in the parking lot and figure all that stuff out and get a credit card attached and do all that. I just think they'd be more inclined. I would be more inclined to do it in that atmosphere than in a hot parking lot, and I just want to go to the beach.
Yeah.
So we need to get that brochure out and get it to not only, you know, people in John's Pass, but to hotels and different places where, you know, Lisa's Cafe, because they use the parking lot down there. If they could educate those people, it would help.
We'll actually insert that in here as,
Are you saying that we can have advanced revenue, increased revenue by using the app for additional purposes? Is that what you just said?
You can make
Like
modifications.
advertise or something?
You could conceivably, if you wanted to say that, or you wanted to offer a situation that says where it pops up, somebody downloads the app, and when they get into John's Pass parking lot, the app pops up and says, hey, you know, to download a map of John's Pass Village for a exceptional shopping experience. You can do very intuitive things with the app. We can promote things through the app. Because you're capturing all that information. The other thing about it is if the board decided to say, well, during off-peak, when we know that getting people to the village may be a problem or what have you, you can say that you wanted to make modifications after 7 o'clock, it's $1 or free or what have you. You have complete flexibility through the app versus the meters. So if we promote people to sign up for the app, that's an incentive for folks to utilize that app, as opposed to actually getting a point where, because there's time and effort that's into going to collect the receipts, collect those coins out of those meters. If we, slowly start changing the way in which people interact with our parking meters, there's some opportunities to do some very creative and interesting things. So just something that we want to explore in greater depths with the board when the representatives are here from the company.
Has Calais, has the company ever used, or maybe they already do, a promotional tool like on their meters themselves to, not for them to get more revenue, well, I don't know who'd get more revenue, but for advertising purposes? I mean, if somebody wanted to come up and put in advertising, put a stamp on that meter that said $25 discount on, a meal somewhere. Do you see where I'm going with that?
There's some ways that I think sitting down and,
Somebody does that.
well, and this is, I guess, where I was thinking about, we asked for you to print the receipt and then go put it back in your car on the dashboard. But realistically, Walt, or Director Pierce, correct me if I'm wrong, the staff goes by with readers and they can read the license plate and see if somebody's put it into the system. So if we got to the point whereby parking was done utilizing the app and people are effectively entering their license plate in the meter, and I will have to admit, sometimes I just get frustrated and I put in a number and just go put it on the dash. But if we did that, there's an opportunity to put a coupon or something on the back of that receipt to say, if I go to eat somewhere, is there an opportunity to validate that sticker? Or is there an opportunity to get a credit on your meal? So maybe if somebody says, okay, I'm gonna come to John's Pass, I'm gonna do a little bit of shopping, and then I'm gonna go eat. Well, if I go to this restaurant or that restaurant, is there a partnership we can have with the Pass to say, if Johnny comes and spends, presents his parking meter, he gets a free drink or, free appetizer or what have you, because it gets them in the store.
Right.
And it gets them in the door. And if somebody's not, I would hope people wouldn't just go in for the free appetizer, but people will. But there's some things that we can have some larger discussions about. It's just really understanding how the system works and how it operates for myself and I think for the board. So we can find ways, creative ways to work with our business community, effectively lessen the impact of what any increases in parking, and to see where they can share in the benefit. Because I don't think there would be an issue for a business to say, if somebody brings their parking thing in and they get the equivalent value, or that it's a win to get them in that door.
Right.
And I think Natalie Pick, who was our Calais representative, she's come to address the commission. I think she came twice last year. And I think she indicated prior to the new machines coming in that the new machines would give us more and better flexibility to do things, whereas the previous machines, we were very limited.
What kind of reporting do they give? I've never seen a report out of them.
We get reports from the Calais machines, and they're done through Chris's office, and we get reports to the point where we can compare, and I think I provided some information in February. February was a great month for taking in revenue. I think we were 40,000 above the previous year.
March was too.
Yeah, March was too. So Chris has the capability of getting those Calais reports. Again, the thing that makes it easier and quicker and better information is, and more timely information is if they're on credit cards or through the cards versus the cash.
Well, and all this information is going to be on the website too, right, to educate people?
Yeah, when the new public information specialist comes on board, we do want to update the parking section, make it a little bit better and enhance that. And also have an aspect on the transparency portal as well.
The first, Madam Mayor, if I may, the first fact sheet they will be doing is on parking. So they get here Wednesday or Monday, we give them a pen and a computer. Probably by Tuesday, they'll be putting the fact sheet together. So we're gonna definitely get that out by next week on the parking stuff.
I'd just like to make one comment. But we don't ever want to forget, even with this transportation portal and all these other wonderful gimmicks that we're going to have, the computer and the network and the website and all those things, that there's still a lot of people out there that do not use the
Computers.
the new computers at all. Okay, so we don't ever want to forget that that's a large part of our community too. And always remember that our doors are always open, because I did hear a couple of comments after we had had the conversation about so much every day, every hour, every minute, there's something new on the computer. But also we want our doors always to be open to that individual who either doesn't want to look it up or who's not capable of
Right.
looking it up.
And Madam Mayor, to the Vice Mayor's point, one of the things that was asked as part of the information for the public information specialist is we want to hold classes here, how to access our website, how to find information, how to utilize our website on your smartphone, even to how to teach people how to utilize smartphones, and even working with some of our, we have a couple of local areas, schools that we want to work with, because there's a lot of communities that are really blending the intergenerational aspects of our community together. So you may have a situation whereby you have a 15-year-old talking about social media, but then you have a senior citizen talking to a group of 15 years old about financial planning. So we're going to look to be putting together some type of training series or some series like that, where we're going to engage our community in, social media, how to utilize social media, those kind of things, that we'll offer trainings in here, and then utilize our website and to provide every opportunity for somebody to interact with the government from every different angle. We want them, if they're having problems sleeping at night and want to read the budget document, they can do that, and there's no prescription necessary for that. Or if they want to just come into City Hall and talk specifically and directly to us, we want to provide every opportunity for people to know what's going on in their respective community. So we're definitely not leaving out those that may not be up to date with some of the technology.
I think I'll just,
Let me ask a question. What percentage does the credit card company take?
again, I can come back with some of those
And
figures.
what percentage does the app take?
Right, I will get that.
Thank you.
I thought the app charged the user.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they still take a percentage. I know, like, when you use your app to post, to put music on, if you put $1 in, they keep a percentage of that. And so we lose the money. So if you put $1 in,
Okay.
they might say, okay.
Like Charlie and Bob and all those guys
Yeah,
do. Yeah.
yeah, they keep money out of that. So it's like 25 cents they keep, so I'm only splitting 75 cents with the music company versus splitting $1 with them.
I'll come back with those figures.
Thank you.
Just to briefly go over this, I don't want to take too much of time. We have the goal of any infrastructure. The parking enforcement staff is to look at any obstacles or problems on the lots and report those accordingly, or try to help in any way. Explore and initiate new efficient ways that visitors can use the new technology, and we've talked about that. Evaluate existing parking signs and at the lots and see if we can do a better job at communicating and a better way of doing that. Human capital, encourage professional growth and additional training for parking staff, and empower members to make suggestions on improving experience of visitors, and evaluate the performance of the parking staff. Are they doing a good job Are they hearing, what are the complaints? And I ask this too on pretty much an everyday basis. You know, what are they complaining about out there? And tell me what's the main complaint. So we want to hear those type of things. Internal and external communication, market and promote the city on the website. We've talked about that, and provide better access to the public on better ways that they can use the machines and the technology in the app. Objective 2, welcoming communication from business around the cities and advice they have on some of the experiences that they see with the parking machines as well. For financial stability, see better ways, and we talked about this, trying to limit the coin collection and encourage use of credit card transactions or card transactions. Ensure that the staff are educated on reading financial reports and providing those, and we're doing that. And 3, ensure the staff is educated on proper internal controls and cash collection. We talked about that too. And safety and healthy living goal, promote the procedure for reporting any problems on city lots. You know, we indicated that. Objective 2, promote a friendly approach to visitors, especially if they need assistance. And again, we talked about that as well. And objective 3, provide educational opportunities to parking staff so that they can enhance a healthy and safer environment. So, any other questions?
What are the hours that we monitor the parking?
They get here, I think some days they're here at 7:30, and here till 5 o'clock. We have 3 people in that department that rotate how and when they come in. Some have some days off. We have, we have coverage on the weekend, of course, as well.
Till how late in the evening?
I'm sorry?
Till how late in the evening?
About 5 o'clock.
We stop monitoring the parking lot?
We really don't go too late into the evening as far as monitoring. And actually, it kind of dies down about that time anyway. But we really don't go too much into the evening.
Not in the past, it doesn't. It's
I'm
pretty
sorry?
packed in the past.
You know, one thing too, I wanted to mention this, the kiosk down at John's Pass, we're looking at enclosing part of that to create a section for the parking staff so that they can have more of a presence down there, since that is where a lot of the activity and most of the parking staff is. So we do want to.
I'm totally not for that, just for your information.
Again,
There's too many people that use that. That's the only shady spot for anyone to sit. In the past, it's public.
Okay.
And it is used a lot down there.
Okay.
I see people going in the chamber, I see them coming out, and they stand under there to figure out what they're gonna do, what's their next move, which way they going. Plus, just a lot of people sit there. I've seen it, I see it day in and day out. It's a good place when it rains, so.
We'll definitely be bringing that back, because I think there's some tweaks and modifications as to how we handle the kiosk. With respect to the time in which we do enforcement, that's not something I would necessarily want to publicize. So we are out there, we enforce the parking meters, and we're probably gonna have to make some deviations to our schedule. But for the most part, we try to have the best coverage as possible.
Right.
At all times, so we're constantly watching.
I didn't know if we were doing all night, if we were out there at 2 o'clock in the morning, people parking, that's kind of what I was asking,
Yeah.
I didn't mean are we doing it from 8 to 8 or stuff like that? I didn't know if we were doing it, especially on some of the smaller parking lots. I'll go past them at 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning, and there's cars on them, and I know there's not supposed to be any overnight parking on those.
Part of this, and I didn't want to go into too much detail on this, but part of parking enforcement also works hand in hand with the sheriff. So if the and I wanted to make this clear. So if the parking staff may not be out there, but the sheriff is taking over for that particular service.
That's kind of what I was asking, thank you. Are you going to go over the Archibald Fund also?
That wasn't my area to go over.
Can I just make one comment with regards to the parking? And it's something maybe we can consider in the future. I know a lot of times when I've been in the village during the day, there might be a parking vehicle, the parking enforcement vehicle there, the Explorer, or one of the other ones. And I've often heard people, a lot of people just stop me and say, oh, I need help doing this. And I'll see where the parking vehicle, where the enforcement vehicle is in, maybe down by the bamboo or somewhere in the village, okay? But I know the vehicle is there. And I'll say, oh, it's that white vehicle over there. And I've heard so many comments from people who have said, gee, there's no signage on it. Well, there is signage, okay, advising that that's what it is. And it's this lovely looking, I mean, it really is pretty, you know, banner at the bottom that says City of Madeira Beach, but nobody can see it.
Well,
People just don't pay attention to it, so I'd love to have a better badge or something, or.
Madam Mayor, if I may, to that point, I was actually, today, I was looking at the vehicle and I said, we need to wrap that vehicle and make it more prominent to even display phone numbers or for information or those kind of things. It's a driving billboard. It goes all around the city. It's foolish for us to not utilize it.
Yeah.
And at least people are like, oh, there the parking meter vehicles out here. Let me go feed this meter. So it would help serve as a deterrent. So I was thinking about that as I literally was walking in today.
Good point, thank you.
Might get the same color as the machines.
Yeah, right.
No, I don't like that machine. Shrimp color. Okay.
If you guys, if the commission, Mayor, commission wants to take a break at this time or come back, or?
Works for me.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute break then. Is that okay?
That'll work.
What time we coming back?
In 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. I just went to lock my car, I mean, shut the windows, I know it.
Yeah, it's coming.
No.
Okay.
Meeting is reconvened at 12:25. So next, we're going to have the city clerk's office present.
Right. Mine's pretty simple, basically an update. In the past, and even the 2017-18 budget, the commission and the city clerk's budget's always been comprised into one. So that's separated. And I'll continue to monitor that through the new fiscal year to make sure monies are balanced out correctly. The main thing that we're looking at and can't wait to launch is the iCompass. I know we've been talking about it, but it takes a little bit longer for, there's been setting it up, we've been training. We got a few more, and plus we had a little bit of setbacks of the elections. Of course, we're in the budget process. We're having continuous charter review committees and civil service commissions, because both policies are trying to be changed. And we're trying to prepare some stuff to go before the commission for some charter review, some charter changes, recommendations. But the iCompass, when we get it started, we're hoping in July, and all the employees is going to be trained in July to start inputting their stuff. The iCompass technology will enhance the city's public image because it's going to be nice. It's going to be a better way of seeing the agenda online. You can just click on the link and it'll just show that attachment. You're not scrolling down in a big document. It'll improve customer service because citizens and employees, the community will be able to find things easily through the iCompass website, which provides greater access to their local government. We'll have a portal that has all the clerk documents and all, like resolutions, minutes, the agenda packets, ordinances, and a lot of things. And we've been working and building this, been working on all the ordinances and minutes and resolutions, getting them ready to upload once we get started in the document center. The ordinance, resolutions, and minutes that we have from 1946 and 1947 when we got started. And while I was looking through that, I saw the commission go from a town council to a commission to a board of commission, and it was interesting. And looking at the budgets back then, how one-page budgets, the elections and what they, proved back then. So all this stuff is going to be wonderful, and for people to go back all the way from the beginning and see this stuff. So I've been putting that together as I've been scanning these documents. Of course, it streamlines costs to make the city leaner and efficient, because some people goes out and do the laser fish and all that, and that's more expensive to do, but with the cost that we're spending, it's not as much as less than $10,000 to, have the agenda center and have the document center, and plus we're having the action tracker. It's going to track and record all the actions that the commission does in every minute meeting. And plus other boards like planning and zoning all can also use this for theirs. It have the archives tracker, which is going to save everything. You'll be able to search easily in that portal on the agenda center. You can put in the search a certain topic, and it'll bring up everything that relates to that went before the commission from that time, when we first get it started. It has the public records request tracker, and that's going to be a whole lot better for the employees, because we're all going to have a part of that. If the fire department gets a public records request, they'll be able to input it, and we'll all see it. And any employee that has a responsibility in meeting, satisfying that request, will be able to see it, take care of it, put it in when it's satisfied, and it'll generate a report. It has the contract tracker. I've been locating all the contracts and all that the commission has approved for the last 3 or 4 years and getting those in there, and it'll let us know when contracts are ready to be rebid. and different things when they expire, because they'll be accessible to the public. You'll be able to go in and see all these contracts that we're passing and all the documents that go with that. And plus a record center that I was explaining, the document center that's gonna have all this important stuff in there for the citizens to access. And, you know, and they won't even, if they can come up here and get copies if they want to, you know, some people, of course, they do use their computers. And one good thing about iCompass, a lot of people use their phones, their iPhones and all. And so they'll be able to easily access this information on their phones. And of course, we'll be available in person to them and by phone and by fax and by email, any way that they want this information. Yeah, it's a document center cloud that,
Nobody heard
the-
it. I did notice, because nothing has been posted in the past about any meeting. And it needs to be posted in the past, in Winn-Dixie, the library, and here.
Yeah.
People look for it there.
Right.
And we have a lot of people, like Debbie said, they're not computer literate. They don't
Right.
even want to try to be computer literate. They want to just see what's going on and, you know, does it interest them or not?
right, correct.
So I really think that we still need to go that one extra step of the old-fashioned way of
You mean
providing that.
posting the agendas?
Posting
Post on the bulletin
agendas,
board?
right, but, you know, post them in a way they look nice. Last time I looked in there, it was just like somebody walked through and went, bam, stuck it up there and walked away, you
Oh,
know?
wow.
I mean, it looked like a pin the tail on a donkey thing. It was just,
And also, we're ordering a bulletin board for City Hall, because right now, we're pasting
Right,
all the
no.
windows all over the
Right.
place, and, so we're getting that, and, Public Works is gonna get
right,
that
but,
installed.
you know, even when we talk about what we're gonna do in the past as far as the kiosk goes and all that, I mean, we definitely need a new board down there.
Yes,
But it can be put up there in a organized manner.
Correct.
But it does need to go there. I'd appreciate it anyway, I think.
I'll relay that and make sure that that gets posted correctly.
Thank you.
And I think that's, oh, and
This really sounds like a really great system, so you can,
I think
when,
it's gonna
when
be
you
wonderful.
search, when you go in and search for anything you're looking for, you can search on a word and it'll bring up it's kind of
Yes,
like
ma'am.
Municode when you go in and look at that. You can
Correct.
put a word in, it'll bring up every ordinance that has that word in it, or that phrase in it, or whatever. It's not just, it's gonna be easy, because Municode is basically easy.
yes, ma'am, because, I asked, that was one of my first questions that I asked the representative with iCompass, and they explained that that was gonna be possible. And I'm gonna talk to them about perhaps somehow getting our older stuff maybe in there, or we'll have a separate portal for that. But I'm working with IT trying to get all the minutes posted, that's been
Right.
adopted. And then also the video, because right now you have to go to live stream and look at the video, and they used to click, attach them to the agenda on one page. So we're going on several pages right now to find all the information.
Well, what gets posted on the website or on social media or whatever, that part of it, there's gotta be some kind of a firewall that keeps that part to there. Then you've got the part that you've got in here. There's
Right.
gonna be a part where the commission can access it from a computer, go in and say, okay, we wanna know what all the public requests are. And I know it's not really, you all don't have time to turn around and email all this stuff to us every single day. Or
Well, I know
whatever
I
happens.
can't.
But do we have access to, and not change anything, not do anything, just be
Correct.
able to go in and view what's been put in there?
Well, I can find out, because I know that iCompass representative said that he was gonna give commission access into the system.
Right.
But I don't know exactly what he's meaning by that, how far that goes. But I listed all of you on there for access in there to be able to look and see.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I think the access to iCompass will have access to the agendas and the meeting minutes and those things. I don't know if there's a module that gives you access to public records, but we can certainly find out how we can do that. And there may be another way by creating a shared folder or something like that that you can go in there and access, or Dropbox or something. There's ways to do it. It just may have to be a different way for us to do it
Correct.
throughout outside of the system, outside of that particular
Okay.
software
So
system.
that's an excellent question. And also, when we post an agenda, maybe planning, they post theirs, we post ours, so a change gets made, you're gonna be alerted immediately. You just have to, subscribe to it, you know, download the app.
I get a text for it. It
Yes,
says
ma'am.
there's been change made to whatever.
It'll
a
let you
good
know
idea.
that the agenda's been posted, and it'll make it easier for you to access it on your phone. Whatever you use to access your electronic information, whether by the computer or by your cell phone.
And how long did you say this was going to take?
Well, we're hoping to have it in July. It's going good. We had some setbacks because of the elections and different things going on, and you know, our trainings. We're having quite a few charter review committee meetings and civil service because we're trying to get some stuff on the ballot for November. And I've got an email from the elections office last night, and I have a deadline in August, can't remember the date in there, that we have to submit our ballot language to them. So that means that we have to have an ordinance adopted to be able to send that language to them.
Okay.
So we have to have everything ready to the commission, workshop, recommendations, you know, to be able to do this.
So you think that July is really do you think that July then is still your goal?
From the date that's on there, that would give us time to do our second reading and public hearing in the regular meeting in August, that second meeting, but at the same time, we need to do some education too, for the
Right.
community.
That's what I'm thinking of.
And we would probably need to start that education once the commission has reviewed the charter changes and all, and recommendations been made, and you make your recommendations, and we, put that in the ordinance format, and then we can start educating the public on that. But the city manager will be involved in that, and we'll see how we're gonna take that measure. But, we have to educate the citizens so that they know, they can make a sound decision on how they want to vote. Can't tell them how to vote, but we want to explain each change to them.
I understand, but this program that you're talking about right now, as far as implementing, okay, when should we realistically, I guess, look forward to?
July.
Yeah, definitely July. Okay. Okay. I just thought it'd take longer than that. Thank you.
Well, I'm excited about the whole idea. It's going to make everything so much simpler once it's
Oh, yeah. I am
finally
too.
rolled out.
And when we finally move on to the live streaming, of course, you'll be able, when people access the video, they'll see their agenda. And as the meeting's going, and as the mayor opens to each topic, we click it and it timestamps it. So when they go on it, when they go into the video, they see the agenda, and they just click on the item that they want to listen to. When they click it, it goes right to that. You don't have to go from the beginning of the tape and try to find your information, that part of the meeting. So that's going to be wonderful. At least that's our goal, and that's how we're looking at it. And I know it will be.
You finished all your projections?
Read everything.
Okay, I saw it down to 12. Okay.
Next.
Madam Mayor, members of the board, would you like to continue going through the department narratives? Because I think that there's some scheduling issues with regards to one of the members of the board vacating here, and I don't want the community value survey. I want to make sure that everyone's here and there's enough time allotted, so that can be the first thing we discuss tomorrow, and we can get as far as we can through the department narratives until that time comes where you have to depart. I just wanted to make sure that if I started the survey, I didn't want anyone to leave midway through it, and it's 30 questions, and I know you're going to have questions about it. So is it the pleasure of the board to maybe do that at the first, or tomorrow's meeting, and then just continue going through the department narratives.
That makes sense.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right, we will see that we have one department director in the audience.
What page is that one?
This is community development. Our planning and zoning director will
I have a blank
share
page.
with you
Me too.
Oh,
on the community development.
oh, it is. Page one.
And one of the, before we get into the community development, one of the things you'll see in the community development budget narratives, and you'll see it as part of the budget.
Front page.
Thank you.
The community development department will no longer have a planning and zoning director managing the operation. It will be a community development director. So we're effectively changing Director Portal's title to reflect the department that she's effectively overseeing and all the other nuances of that. So she will be the community development director. So without further ado, we'll jump into community development's budget narrative and their goals and objectives.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We have a very demanding work program in community development because, as you know, we've got major projects to update with the community rating system and the comp plan, and the codes need work. And then we also permit in planning and building departments over 100 permits a month still. Sometimes considerably more. We get big rushes where we're just awash in paper. And we've got some really large developments coming in. And along with, or in order to facilitate doing this properly, we've also contemplated a number of administrative changes to make the workflow better, and also to ensure that the public communications is better, and that we collect the fees more efficiently. So what I have done is describe generally what the Community Development Department does. And the Community Development Department can be very broad because there are a lot of functions that a government sometimes undertakes that fall into that category, some of which we don't have big programs for instance, things like the CDBG funding of housing and public health, economic development in a major investment way. But we have to address still all of those concerns through our comprehensive planning process and policy development. So we look at things like affordable housing and economic and financial stability throughout the community by way of making sure that all of our policies support a well-balanced community and distribution of uses and in mobility interaction to make sure everything flows throughout the community properly. So what I have done is I've looked at the goals and objectives that were established in the strategic planning process and evaluated and organized all of our objectives for the coming year under those goals to show how the objectives in the strategic planning process would be met through community development activities. We do have to make significant improvements in internal and external communications. We talked a lot about that last night, I think, because of developing a whole hearing process just to make sure that the community is now involved in major development decisions, that they have an ongoing role in the review of development and growth here in the community. There are a number of things that we could do to make that work better. A lot of it pertains to use of technology, really. Not only just getting out and doing the regular planning things within the community, but also making full use of the systems we have in place for processing, for collecting data and input during hearing processes, similar to what you did at the strategic planning process, where you'd have an opportunity to use your phone or a tablet or something to participate in goal setting and evaluation. I would like to be able to use those kind of processes in our upcoming growth management exercises. We do have a system in place already, the MUNIS system that we use for tracking permitting. Internally, we have more opportunity with that system to do like fee collection and also just more record keeping to make sure that we are working and integrating properly with the finance department in support of what they need for record keeping, and that they're going to be a big help in helping us figure out better ways to collect fees and just make sure that we have a cleaner financial system associated with the permitting process. We also want to develop long-term an online permitting system. A lot of governments have gone to that, so that instead of coming in and submitting great piles of paper for permitting, that we can accept online applications. We'll have to gradually start with that with smaller things and see how it works with our level of staffing. But that's a big help to communities all around. It helps give access. It helps give access to the staff in the permitting process. At the same time, it leaves more opportunity for the general public to get the attention they need at the front counter, because they're not in long lines behind contractors, pulling every little small permit for building or roofing or a window or something. That'll be a big help. We want to update the files and file management procedures, because we do still have problems with so much paper coming in and a small staff and trying to keep track of everything, and really want to make sure that is very clean. I don't like things getting lost. I'm sure you don't either. I want to know where everything is all the time. We want to collaborate more with the building department to secure the file transmission and storage, and then develop, as I said, an interactive procedure for policy planning process. And I think I've addressed the financial sustainability to some extent. The new fee structure and the new permitting process will bring more income in. Of course, we are bringing on more help. The help, those in the long run, going to be a lot cheaper than the temporary part-time help we were getting. And I think we'll also get a whole lot more out of it, because planning can be a better support to the city staff all around if we have enough people to respond to things as they arise. One thing I should have put in financial sustainability, just to reemphasize the point, is that the growth management process provides for financial sustainability on a community-wide basis. We really do need to look at opportunities for support of economic growth or existing businesses like we talked about down in the village, and also just really think about where you want your land uses, how big or mixed they need to be to provide the kind of community development that you're looking for, and making sure that we look at the city always as a whole city, a whole community, and a community that has economic as well as residential aspects, and that those all support each other. Obviously need to update the community rating system. That's going to be a lot of work, a lot of data collection and writing, and then out of that report always comes additional opportunities that I would like to take, and we have the new PR person coming in and would like to do regular newsletter submissions to get information out about development in the floodplain, generally how to handle permitting, what to expect, just in, did you know kind of concepts, articles regularly going out to the community. That helps us with our community rating system, and then just generally it helps us a lot better when we have an informed and updated, educated community about all of the planning and permitting issues. And want to put more pointed effort into that type of communications. Under growth management, as I said, we have a lot to do, and those processes are pretty complex. We have a lot of data collection to evaluate what kind of changes have occurred in every single element of the comp plan in order to update it. We have to do an entirely new data and analysis section for each element, and then go out into the community, do community education so they know what the process is, how we got to this point. I think that one thing that's often lacking in the community planning process is people just head out into the community, or they just open up public hearings and have people come in and talk without providing them any background. As I said, how did we get here? What is planning? Why do we do this? So I would like to preface the real policy formation stage with a round throughout the community of neighborhood meetings where we bring people in and do just concept development and education in community planning processes and policies and procedures so that they know what to expect. And so that when they really get into the neighborhood meetings that each of you, I hope, will participate in around the community, that they're kind of on the team. They know ahead of time what's expected of them and how much participation and what type of participation they can best make. Then obviously we're going to have to prepare amendments based on what we gather from the community, bring them back to you for you to analyze. I would like to transition our plans and our LDRs into a more graphic thing. You saw last night I brought you 2 graphs and charts that showed, you know, how things relate and what their responsibilities are at certain levels. I would like to go to more of that type of visual standard in our codes. It'd be a lot easier to read if you could look at one chart and figure out what sign you can use, as opposed to going page after page after page and reading it over and over again. So want to get to more of that type of standard for regulation. Human capital, we've got a new person coming on. We have to do training for that. I would also like to do training and mentoring for other personnel, for instance, additional personnel from the building department to get other people certified for CFM, to encourage them to take other kinds of courses, or even to provide additional planning courses to the staff while we're doing that, also to the community, so that other people within the staff also know how community development fits into the picture and how they can make best use of it to also strengthen their own programs. And just this morning, we were emailing about participating with USF on an internship program. I've always used interns from University of Florida or Central, depending on what community I was working with, and we can actually make a lot of progress with assigning a student some portion of our research efforts and getting extra help for that level, and it's really great for them too. It's good all around. Transportation mobility, we talk a lot about this. We've got to figure out what the best arrangement and distribution of transportation options are for us, how the roads work, but then also what we do about pedestrian, bicycle, and all the various other forms of public and semi-public transportation people want to provide. Decide what standards you want community-wise and what works best for you as a city. Safety and healthy living. We will need to go through the comp plan and evaluate things like our recreation policy, what kinds of levels of service we want. All of your levels of service were, it looks to me like, established based on your existing population and the exact programs and parks that you had in place at that time. So we need to see whether you're meeting your levels of service. And then also in the process of doing data and analysis, you always look at your community and find out what their demands are. Does it change over time, you know, as your population either ages or youngs up or changes in some way or another, or just their expectations over time, to help support the rec program and also that'll tie in with the mobility, believe it or not, that a lot of the healthy living initiatives tie into making sure that people have pedestrian and bicycle opportunities, and it's safe for them to use those forms of transportation just to get some more exercise. And also tie in with, we've been talking about the pocket parks and things, any place that you can make a little node that it's comfortable for people to walk from one thing to another and encourage movement. That's good. We could also use the commissioners themselves issuing challenges to the community. Several mayors have done that and created entire community programs of exercise and movement just by getting out into the community and challenging people, creating kind of social programs through their rec department. Because I know Jake's
You got
got
that,
nothing
Lynn?
else to do.
Vince?
Yes, you got that. So, so also, in terms of healthy living and safety, we have a landscape, we don't have really very good landscape standards. You know, we have an impervious surface standard, which people interpret to mean that as long as they put something down that it drains through, in the way they think appropriate, that it's pervious. But we don't require any green space, and that's going to be problematic over time because people are coming in asking, well, can we just put impervious surface on our entire tiled yards? When you use they never drain the way dirt and green things do. And so if we end up losing all of the green space or dirt, we will change our drainage patterns. That's going to be problematic with the CRS, but also it substantially increases the heat load on any structure. For instance, any driveway or a house that has a tree in the front is going to naturally sit in shade 6 degrees lower than the temperature of a building without a tree or a shade on the front. So that's a lot of savings in air conditioning. People are real nervous about trees in a high wind area, but if there are other forms of green that we can get onto the ground and things that are more xeriscape oriented, don't require much watering, we need to try to do that. So I will bring back to you a proposal for green space throughout the community.
Linda, a little bit
Yes.
what you're talking about was kind of almost like that lady last night, in that ordinance that we passed.
Mm-hmm.
She was saying that after they put the pavers in, it drained into her yard because it couldn't
Yes.
drain down into the ground.
Yes.
And then if that other lady adds on another room, that's not going to sink into the ground, it's going to kind of flow to her
Right.
property. So that's kind of what you were talking
Yes.
right there. Okay.
Yes, right. We also will need to look, in terms of safety, look at our land development policies for when we do design buildings and make sure that we've incorporated the crime prevention through environmental design standards. We've used that throughout the country to make sure buildings aren't creating blind spots, or we aren't setting whole communities up with kind of danger spots we are unable to monitor, or the lighting isn't appropriate, things like that. Sometimes people over the years haven't realized that they'll put high street lights in and it doesn't actually provide any lighting on the sidewalk at the pedestrian level because the light all lands on top of trees or other things. So there are some areas where we would definitely want to look at lighting standards, pedestrian level lighting and things like that in mixed use or commercial areas. And it's a lower lighting standard too, not those bright street lights you get blaring into your windows in residential areas. But those are sort of the things that we can look at as well. And then internal communications was a big issue for you, and I think that's, like we talked about, being transparent and making sure that we are, as a city, participating within the community as fully as we need to be. The planner is supposed to be representing you on several county and region-wide organizations, and to this time it's been very difficult for me to even get out because there wasn't anybody else here. So with another planner here, we can divide some of that up, make sure that your voice is heard on countywide policy development issues, because the county changes their plan and we're all supposed to make our plans match. And I'm not even, it doesn't look to me like that's been done in a while. So we have to update our plan, but also we want to be involved in those discussions. If they're changing things countywide, we want to have somebody there talking about what impact that has on our city, whether it's even appropriate for us. And as we will have a representative of the TBRPC, and also just generally want to make sure that we keep everybody educated. I bring information back to you, and that we, as I said, with things like with cooperation through the Munis system, newsletters, or anything else I can do to communicate both internally and externally to just make sure the community has wide open opportunity for communications, both in and outside the city. That's all. Are there any questions?
There's no questions. We will move on to the Recreation Director, Mr. Hatch.
On page.
On page Recreation.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. All right, starting off at the top here. Most of what we put through, obviously, we ran through the objectives of that we all set forth in those meetings, and some of the things I've heard prior to our presentation now is good because it's a lot of things that we want to tie in, and I want to make sure that once we get this going, that we're meeting, especially with the new PIO, and talking with Walt on certain things, and just making sure that this exercise, which is a great new thing that we're adding, is accomplished, the way that we set forth. So just starting at the top here, the Recreation Department provides programs to enrich the lives of the residents and visitors of the community. The services we provide include providing safe, healthy, diverse opportunities for the residents of Madeira while maintaining quality facilities and events that meet the growing needs of the community. The services that we currently provide, which have grown tremendously over the past 3 to 4 years, include athletics, after-school care, summer camp, fitness classes and programming, senior programming, facility rentals, community events, special event permitting, and our day-to-day park and facility maintenance. The park here behind us, Rock Park, and this 11-acre facility here in and about. So the three objectives that I wanted to touch on the most, like the infrastructure, I'll talk a little bit about all of them, but I'll touch on some more than the others. The infrastructure, number one objective there is preserve the recreation complex and the infrastructure of Rock Park by reviewing and improving our maintenance program. Additionally, objective 2 ties into exploring and initiating new cost-effective measures. So not only do we want to improve our maintenance out here and around our buildings and within our buildings, we also want to make sure that we're doing it effectively. We can fix something every time it breaks, or we can look at a better way to fix it the one time and extend the lifetime on those fixes. So I want to make sure that our maintenance program is more proactive than it is reactive. The electrical contract that we were talking about yesterday, one of those things, I have a lot of conversations with them exploring different options for things because an outlet can blow 40 times over the course of a year, or I can go, hey, what's the cost difference in 5 fixes or just getting a better outlet for what we're dealing with, based on the events or type of activities we have going on out there. So I want to make sure that we're putting, effective changes and fixes into what's going on out there. So, and then, the last one there, the objective 3 was to market and maintain our website, our online class portal, and our social media. To me, that's a huge piece of infrastructure. I was actually looking over the website numbers, and between January 1st and today's date, we've had over 50,000 visitors to the rec website. 4 years ago, that was well below, it was just below 20,000. So we've almost doubled in the 3 to 4 years, and that's just through some basic grassroots stuff and working with who we work with. So, we want to make sure that we're getting all of our information out to all of the stakeholders and people that are using the facilities, whether it's the rec center, or they've got to come here, or the beaches, anywhere around town that we can help bring attention to. So the human capital portion, basically on this is, we want to increase our staff training. We have a lot of basic requirements of the staff. If you work down there, you're CPR certified, you have your child care certifications, you have everything you need to be around the children, but we want to make sure that we also encourage our staff to take those extra steps to learn things that they're interested in doing. Or if they're outside and they, looking at these cost efficiencies, well, if I can train someone to do something as far as repairs go or whatever else, we can start doing things in-house, which would cost us less money in the long run. So I want to, make sure I get with each individual staff member down there and ask them what they're interested in, what would they like to learn more about their job. If they want to sit in meetings with me and Walt and talk about the budget and how we can spend money better or less often or whatever, we'll include all of them and do that. And then also, I want to make sure that we provide them with the necessary information to educate them as far as what other staff in the city do. You know, I don't want us to sit, you know, locationally, we are kind of on an island down there, but I want to make sure that, you know, if they have a question that they need to ask Walt, they know that he's the right person, or if they need to ask Claire or whoever. So I just want to make sure that we're all doing, you know, have the necessary knowledge to work, intermingle together. I highlighted the internal and external communications. This was brought up numerous times by the five of you throughout our meetings, and I just want to make sure that we have the, you know, the three objectives. We have the increased external communication, build trust and support of the residents. You know, I've talked to some people that have never been down there. They have no idea what we offer, and I want to make sure that we at least, you know, if they're not utilizing the facilities we have, that it's their choice that they're not utilizing, not that they didn't know about it. And every time I hear that, we take it personal because that's our job to get the information out. So we want to provide supportive and welcoming opportunities for residents. I don't want anybody to be afraid to go down there and ask to add a program, or, you know, you want to learn Spanish, we'll do our due diligence and try to find a Spanish instructor. If that's something that you as a resident or a user of the facility are interested in, you know, I want them to be comfortable to come down there and say, hey, this is something we want, can you help us out? So it's, you know, a very relaxed atmosphere, so I want to make sure that that's communicated. And then objective 3, execute effective strategic marketing plan to increase awareness, ownership, and participation in the facility. So that kind of encompassed the whole thing I was just saying. And that kind of reflects the website. That growth is happening just through everything we've done on a day-to-day basis, but I want to make sure that we are working through this to make it much more effective and efficient as we go through the process. Growth management. We're going to observe and evaluate the impact of programs on the facilities and the parks to ensure quality and level of service. You know, we talk about Little League all the time and them being out there and paying, you know, they pay their registration fees and they utilize the facilities, and the growth has been excellent. But if we added another 40 kids, we would almost be over what we can handle. You know, it's something that we never imagined 4 years ago. So we want to make sure that when we're growing these programs, or, you know, the Zumba classes that are coming down here in certain times of the year, you know, different stuff like that, we want to make sure that we're able to keep them wrapped up in the facilities that they need, you know, and we'll start maxing out on classes and registrations for stuff. And then that's when we can further down the line address infrastructure if that's an issue. Objective 2, we want to expand program offerings based on the desired wants and needs of the residents, and that ties into the, you know, the welcoming opportunities for residents. We want to make sure that we're growing things and availability and programs that they can participate in to, you know, increase usage of the facility. And then lastly, research trends and efficiencies in budgeting and scheduling of programs to encourage better availability and more options for people to participate. So we just, you know, want to make sure if there's, you know, years and years ago, Zumba was a craze and it popped up, and now it's one of the more steady, active programs in communities such as ours. So we're trying to find that next thing. You know, we've tried a lot of different other classes and programs, and some have worked and some really haven't. So we just want to make sure that, you know, if there's something that's becoming real popular real quick, we'll jump in and see if we can offer it and get people going. So next one is the financial sustainability. Something that I want to make sure we're doing, and I know, you know, in times of crisis and in times of need, the rec center is always kind of the first to look at as far as the budget goes. So I want to make sure that we are operating as efficiently as possible. You know, so we'll evaluate our current program offerings, ensure they're cost effective, and also ensure that there's no additional impact. There's no impact on the level of service provided. So I don't want to, you know, we'll look ways to cut corners on costs, but I don't want to cut costs at the at the point where it starts impacting how good of a program we're offering. If we can offer a better program at a cheaper cost, that's great. That's what we're aiming to find and execute. I want to research additional policies, procedures, and potential infrastructure improvements to increase sustainability to the facilities. This one's kind of the stretch. At least get the research in there, but this goes into the solar, getting timers and stuff on our lights, making sure that we've got effective use of these field lights, effective use of our building lights. You know, at no reason should I show up to the facility at any point in time and have, say, the ball field lights are on and there's not someone out there, or the lights are on in the building and there's no one utilizing the building. So we're gonna, look at ways to look at what we've got going on and cut those hours down and make sure that it's efficient. We've got the motion sensors in some rooms, but we wanna make sure it's getting pretty much as low as we can, because, saving pennies here and there on electricity is almost one of the easiest things that we can do down there, so. And then ensure the staff is educated on the financial processes and concerns related to the budget. So, we already have a process in place where there's a discussion about every single purchase before it happens, obviously, but I want to ensure that when they're researching it, that they know the financial impact on it. And we always talk about, okay, the maintenance, if we build this facility, it's going to have this kind of maintenance cost, or if we do this. So if you run this program, what is this program going to cost? It's going to offset staff time? Is it going to offset the room usage? Is it going to displace anybody? So we want to make sure that they're fully encapsulated in that when they're thinking about it. The safety and healthy living. I actually kind of got excited about this when we were talking about mobility, because if we can get people walking and biking safely around town, that really increases our exposure as far as what we can do, and we can help introduce initiatives to make this possible. That's we've got this wonderful park out here, and Ms. Weinstein, you walk around town all the time, so I mean you're proof that it's possible. We just got to educate folks and get them interested in doing that. I know it's hot, but we can figure out ways to make it work. So I want to also create a proactive maintenance program to preserve the integrity of the facility and park. So that's, safety in the parks is a big thing. If we're ignoring things and there's grass growing too long or there's holes in the ground that we're just not looking at, then people aren't going to walk. They're not going to want to come to the parks. If, every incident that happens, they'll hear, 4 to 5 people hear about it from them, and then it snowballs from there, and that's not what we want. So promote a healthy lifestyle through the program offerings and constantly be in search for additional programs or initiatives to provide exceptional quality of life. So that goes into the financial side and then our growth management. So we want to tie in some of these to ensure that there's more availability for people to come out and do things and make healthy choices and enjoy themselves. So and then objective 3, provide educational opportunities to enhance safety and healthy living throughout the community. Walking and exercising is one thing, that we want to make sure that people are making, use of, food plans, and, if they've got insurance, we can educate folks on all of the benefits of their insurance or activities or whatever else they can do. There's other ways to, to make sure that we're, taking care of folks around here. And then the transportation and mobility that ties right into that. Increase awareness of available parking and transportations in relation to recreation-hosted events and activities. So recreation is very specific. I actually would expand that to when we have these events going on, whether it's a fishing tournament here or in the pass, or it's a movie on the beach, or any event that we do, and that's going to be a part of the, we've talked about the event permitting process. That's going to be much improved, and that's going to be something that we help. There's going to be communications aspect, transportation aspect, basically anything and everything we can do to help people get in and out if there's any sort of event that's going to impact the community. So we'd also enhance the website and external messaging for parking information and transportation availability. Talking about the website, looking at the numbers from January 1st to today, the second, outside of the homepage on the rec page, the most visited page of all of our information is the one that has information about Archibald Park. We get almost 4,000 visitors in these 6 months that have gone directly to that page, not from the homepage to it, but that's the one they've landed on because that's what they're searching for. So for us, we need to look at that and go, okay, there needs to be parking information on how to utilize the meters. There needs to be, beach information they need, the vendors. Before we just provided pictures and the address, said, here you go. So now we've got to look through the website and make sure that we're increasing the availability of this information. Because if they want to know about Archibald Park, then they're obviously visiting it. And then, there needs to be, if it's full, we don't want them going up north, no offense to them, or south to Treasure Island, but, where else can you park to access this beach, and what else can we do to help out? So, and that's the next one, enhance the website and external messaging for parking information. And then, lastly, encourage transportation alternatives that promote the healthy lifestyle. So, we can encourage people to bike to town or walk to town, or, if you take the boat, walk from the boat to certain places. There's a lot of opportunities for us to look at that and just get people moving around, so. But all in all, that's kind of where we're headed with that, and if you guys have any questions.
Jay, do you know, or do you have it set somewhere, like, what your limits are, let's say like on, after school, or the summer camp program, or the Little League? Do you have numbers that say, well, we're gonna go up to this amount of people and stop, or where, you have those all?
We've approached those, it's kind of a, we don't have a set number, for the reasons that if we went to, like, the aftercare, if we said 120 registrations, well, that would limit us in the fact that over the course of the year, we get 150 kids that register, but we average 70 a day. Now, I think our limit is typically where that average number is going to be. If it gets to 80, then we're going, all right, that's it. That's where we're going to stop. As far as the Little League participation goes, it's number of teams and field availability. So based on the programs that we offer outside, whether it's the softball, kickball, other events that are out there, balancing that with Little League, I believe we had 24 teams last year, and that was close. So we're watching it very closely. We're not going to put ourselves in a situation where we can't operate because, you know, we're neglecting a group because they can't get field time or they can't get access to a room or staffing. So
The second part of the question is, let's say your number is 80, like you said, for after daycare or after school, and you have 150 people applying, you know, so then, I don't want to ask this question. I guess if you only got 30 people applying, but your number's 70, do we decrease how much we're charging to get it up to the 80? But if we have 150 people applying and we only want 80, you know, do we raise the price to affix a joint, you know, appropriately?
Yeah.
Same way with the softball, you know, if we, or the Little League, if we want more teams in there, do we lower the price, or if we're at the max that we want, do we raise the price, you know, to kind of limit it? Is kind of what I'm asking, I guess.
yeah, well, the benefit that we have is, you know, is the level of service. Little League is a good example because in this area it's so competitive. Long story short, there's a limited number of leagues that operate within the Babe Ruth organization, and that's what they're classified as. There's Little League, there's Babe Ruth, there's a couple others that I'm not aware of, but we're in that group, and now that group it's basically the only leagues that are going to be able to participate in that. So we get those numbers because it used to be we were pulling from a small portion of Seminole, Treasure Island here, and the Reddingtons. You know, there's only so many children on an island. So that league was sitting at 50 kids and wasn't really functioning at any sort of success, or it didn't make sense for any, like we were almost going to drop it. It didn't make sense. So this new league allows us to pull from Pinellas, so we're getting more kids that come around because, you know, one great asset we have is the school. The school is you have to apply to get in. Well, they're pulling, they're not zoned for anybody. You can anywhere in the county you can get into the school across the street, Madeira Beach Fundamental. So they're coming from as far as the east side of Pinellas and coming over here. So it's the same thing going on. We're drawing similar things from a similar school. If we were to raise, we typically raise our prices for Little League to be in line with what the other leagues are. People are going to play based on location, where their friends are, all this other stuff, and everybody has a max number. So if, you know, Seminole, they typically get their 400 kids right out the gate and they're done. Same with Northwest. So then the kids progressively try to trickle down everywhere else where they can go. So we look at the prices to ensure that we're covering the costs, but make sure that we're not scaring people away, because they will just as easily go play Little League, or they just as easily sit at home. And then aftercare, the same thing. One of the things that we offer that not many places do, and it's actually to our benefit, is if you register your child for this semester, you're not paying, you know, Monday through Friday. Say your kid needs to come every Wednesday, and we know it's only every Wednesday. We're not charging you for Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. If you register with the YMCA, you pay $100 for the week, and they take the $100. We let you pay on a daily basis. which allows parents the flexibility. There's, outside of basic mom and dad, there's custody situations, there's different work schedules, there's all sorts of stuff. So we're as flexible as we can. It keeps our staffing the same, and the numbers, we make sure that we look at, if it's 150 kids, we know that 25 of them are only coming these certain days, and that 25 are only doing this. And then 40 kids we're gonna have every single day of the week. So we make sure that we're balancing that out. So while there are 150 kids, we're not just gonna randomly have 120 one day that show up. It just, we've been, blessed with the staff that are able to figure that out, and they're very good at that. So, we'll know when we get to that number if it's way too close. It's a level of service thing, it's a safety thing. And then very specifically for aftercare, our licensing only provides a certain number. So we can't go over, I believe the number is 73, which is.
That's the licensing in using your facility over using.
Yes,
that
ma'am.
Facility, okay.
So we
That's
can't
why you
go-
have to bring them up here, right?
Well, that's different age groups. Middle school is not required to be licensed, but we've got a lot of families with kids in middle school and in elementary school, and because this is a K through 8 school, our challenge is to make sure that we service both age groups. There's a lot of families that we would lose if we said, nope, sorry, middle school, you're out. But if we put them down there, now we've got maybe 10 middle schoolers hanging out with 60 elementary kids, and it drives those kids crazy. So it's just a lot of, it's herding cats and balancing everything to make sure that we're on the same page, so.
Thank you.
What is the limit for the childcare? Did you say 70?
Yeah, I believe I'll have to get the exact number, but I believe it's 73, which coincidentally, our bus only fits 71. So we get to that. But we make 3 trips now. We do the fundamental school, Orange Grove, and then Keswick.
If you didn't have the use of the city center room, how many children could you accommodate?
It would be the 70. I mean, we averaged about 80 to 90 this last year because we were able to put the middle school kids in there. And just to give you guys an idea, last year our budget number for aftercare was, I won't spit numbers because I don't want to be wrong, but I will tell you that our aftercare revenue budget today surpassed last year's, and we still have 2 months of school left with the use of this room. And that's what provided us that opportunity. We surpassed last year's budget number well before this, but we're going to come in a lot higher than I think we ever expected, which is good.
Is there a way to do it without using the city center room?
I would have to cut the program down, which would.
I'm concerned for the safety of the children, and they're running around out there, and it's distracting when there's meetings in here. And they're very hard on the room. So it's something we might want to think about.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What kind of program is actually in there? Because we see them out here throwing the tennis ball against the wall, and it didn't seem like anything is supervised of anything.
There's staff, we have 2 staff members in there, 1 male and 1 female for the restroom entry.
So what do they do?
The middle school kids mostly do their homework, and then after they're done with their homework, they go down to the basketball courts. The issue of throwing the ball against the wall and the kids running around the building, that was addressed as quickly as we could, and now they're either in the room or they go downstairs and they play basketball, or they come down to the rec center and play on the fields. This was, it has been echoed to the children not to do that anymore, so it's something that we work through.
Jay, it sounds like you got your hands full already with the after-school program. I wanted to ask, just out of curiosity, Channel 13 usually does a segment in the morning with Charlie Belcher, and he goes to different facilities and they talk about whatever occurs at that facility. They might go to a horse farm or different places around the area. Would it be beneficial to bring someone like him in and just show them the facility and explain that you have yoga classes or, the activities you have and everything like that, and just kind of give them a tour of the place? Would that be beneficial? Because you would be showing everything on TV.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a lot of people watch Channel 13.
Yeah. Any news down there is typically good. So that's a discussion, we'll follow through and look at that. And again, with the PIO coming on board, we can discussed that quite a bit too. I mean, that's any information we can get out to facility offerings or events that we're doing.
Right, because
you know.
you do more than after-school care. I mean, you have all kinds of other activities that go on. Like you even mentioned the movie on the beaches and something like that. You can just advertise it and talk about it on a morning segment on the TV, and that would make the residents even aware of what's going on too, without having to actually come down or even get on the website to see.
Absolutely.
I think firsthand seeing it like that too is very impressive. Yeah. Plus, good advertisement for the city.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. Jay, could you give us just a couple of examples probably of different programs and children's programs, and what would the participation maybe be of residents' participation, children's participation versus participation from other communities? You have the address list, the names, I mean, we can get those, can't we, from you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like if
I can.
If out of 75 children, participating, or 45 children, there's X number from Madeira Beach and X number from Pinellas Park or Treasure Island, because you made the comment, I was just curious, you did make the comment about how many children there are, for instance, or how many children of residents there are on the islands themselves, okay?
Right.
So-
No, and just to completely off the top of my head, the last time I checked, it's 15 to 20% of our activity.
Okay, 15% of the participation is from residents and
Yes.
85% from non-residents, correct? Okay.
Approximately.
I was just curious.
And to offset that, and that's why every one of our pricing structures, you'll see a resident, non-resident rate.
Okay.
We're not.
Right, I remember that from the
Absolutely.
example, right. I was just curious because I remember seeing when we did, or when Hauser did that audit report, and we got that audit report back, and how the changing average age of the resident in Madeira Beach. So I was just kind of flittering around in my mind. Okay.
Yeah, and that goes for, if you look at, our social club, the card players, our painting classes, basically, I mean, that reflects across the board pretty much that same number.
Okay.
We study that as much as we can. We want to get this information. The core of our information goes out here. And looking at the website too, it was fun to see. We get more visitors on the website, and this is very shocking to me, but from Atlanta, Houston, and 2 or 3 other cities outside of the state, we get more visitors from them than we do from Treasure Island. But our top, St. Pete, Clearwater, Tampa, and Orlando are some, the visitors, people looking at the Archibald portion of the website. So there's a lot of people coming over to do things. But there's still, we're serve it like the example I gave you of the school. Serving the school pulls from a lot around the area too. But because the school is essentially in our neighborhood, that's how it kind of works out for us.
Okay. And with regards to participation in other classes, you probably also see then a really high amount in the months, for instance, from January through April, of participation in card groups or, wanting to do painting classes or something like that, because we do have so many visitors or part-time residents from other states that come during those months.
Yeah, and actually, the Zumba class, which I mentioned, the reason we utilize this room is it is larger, and we utilize that during the season when everybody is in town.
Right.
Her class balloons from, right now she's doing it 1 class a week. It's 10 to 12 people, and she has almost 30 3 times a week during season. So it fluctuates, and that's a challenge that we're looking at. We're looking to offer different programs at different times of the season, but also finding, and that's the thing is, I don't want to keep offering stuff that no one's going to participate in. So we're going to have these conversations and reach out to the residents and have them come to us and say, look, I want to do this. You want to do basket weaving? We'll figure out a way to do basket weaving if we've got 3 or 4 other people that are interested in it. We've got the resources, we just want to make it happen. So.
Right, and you can glean some of that information from the city manager's questionnaire, right?
Yep.
Yep.
And part of that communication plan, they did get, for the questionnaire, they've got the survey software now. So it's something that we're going to utilize as well to send to our residents list and give them 10 questions every, how often we do it. Are you enjoying the services we provide? What would you like to see? stuff like that, and we want to encourage people, if they've got a question, we'll write it down, and that's a question that we can ask inversely to the other residents to make sure that, the ideas and wants are reflecting, of the community, so.
Great, thank you.
Any more questions?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jay. Should we break for lunch, or
Certainly, yep.
can we make it a working lunch?
Whatever the pleasure of the board is.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's,
Yep, so we'll take, what,
Five- 5 minutes.
5 minutes, and then the
Get back
fire
in.
chief will bring us back.
Okay. 5 minutes.
just to give you a brief update on some of those issues. You know, always pride ourselves in Madeira Beach as being innovators on fire and emergency services in the way that we do business here. Anything that we can do to be more effective and efficient in our operation, that's what we're always interested in doing. So without further ado, we had broken down into 4 basic areas: safety, human capital, financial stability, and then communication skills that we're looking at. Under safety and health issues, if our firefighters aren't completely fit and able to do the job whenever the tones go off, we're behind the curve. So we make sure that our firefighters are fit. We make sure that they're evaluated quarterly. There's a fitness evaluation that they go through, that all of us go through. And I can tell you, me being over here in the city manager's position for the last year kind of put me behind the curve, because as soon as I got back across the street, they said, hey, it's quarterly fitness time. So, there's sit-ups, push-ups, and then the stair run over the ocean sands. That tends to be a challenge when you haven't done it in a while. So it's good to know that our firefighters meet all of those standards on a regular basis. So we meet all of those fitness requirements that's set up by the NFPA. We send them to LifeScan to make sure that they are physically fit and medically sound. Part of that is also, we do drug screening on our firefighters as well. Anytime there's an accident, and annually we do a drug profile on them. And thank goodness, knock on wood, we have had no issues with our firefighters in the last 10 years. There was an issue that came up with one of our neighboring departments here not too long ago, and there was, pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking to me. One of our neighboring departments where there was an issue where they didn't want to be drug tested. My firefighters are very upfront, and they're like, we'll test anytime, any day, any place you want us to test at. We don't have an issue with that. But our firefighters know that ahead of time, and they're very compliant with all of the medical requirements that are set forth by the state and the federal government. We also maintain a very good ISO, our Insurance Service Organization rating. We're actually at a 2. We're looking to improve that to become a 1. Is a very difficult task, but that is definitely something that we're looking into and looking forward to pursuing here over the next year or so. Talking about innovations and things that we do that are above and beyond. One of them is our drone operation, which we fly on a pretty regular basis out here. It makes it much more efficient when we're doing search and rescue operations, especially for our water rescue operations, which we're coming up on our quarterly training session for those, which makes us much more efficient when we're running into those types of situations. As we know, we're surrounded by water. That also allows us the opportunity to observe our beach erosion areas and document those on a regular basis. And also, anytime we have any type of flooding operations, we can go and do assessments of those areas as well. Human capital. Part of our challenge is just to meet all the requirements that are set forth by the state and the federal government as far as our certifications for EMS and fire training. But we meet those on a regular basis. We're also coming up on our training for our water rescue operations. We just recently undertook the subsurface water rescue. We've had several events over the past years where we've had cars and vehicles in the water. My concern is we had a couple of unfortunate outcomes with those. Because our firefighters can't get into water that's 20 feet deep, swim down, break a window, cut a seat belt, and rescue individuals out of there. So we've actually gone to part of the county's county-wide system for subsurface water rescue, and we were like the first department in Pinellas County, actually the second department in Pinellas County to take that. We're also looking at being more efficient by cross-training at least 2 of our personnel, either as lieutenants as operators or drivers of our apparatus, which will decrease the requirements for overtime and allow some longevity. If individuals in our department leave or move on, we'll have people that will be able to take those positions. Financial stability. The Reddington contracts are coming due. Those are something that Mr. Evans and I have been in conversations about how we're going to continue and pursue those contracts. As you know, we get those fire contracts are split between us and the city of Seminole. The total cost for the 3 Reddington communities for fire services protection is about $500,000, and we split that 50-50 with Seminole Fire Department. So we're looking at what changes are going to happen and going to need to be made in those areas. Mr. Evans and I were just speaking that the county is looking at building a multi-functional station up in north of Reddington, and part of that is going to have an EMS component in it as well. So we're evaluating that to see exactly what that means to us as a community. We constantly pursue different grant operations, the SAFER grant and FIRE Act grant, along with any type of state grants that should come available to us. We're always interested in applying for those. Our state grants, our federal grants, are very difficult to acquire sometimes. There's a lot of competition for those grants, and that is how we received our turnout gear. 2 years ago, I think we pursued that and got our turnout gear all replaced through the federal money. We're also looking at making ourselves more efficient in gaining some additional income. As you all know, we put an additional personnel, our fire inspector, on this year. We have our mobilized software program in place, and hopefully we'll have that up to full speed here by the end of the month and be able to calculate exactly what kind of revenue we're going to get off of doing those fire inspections. Those fire inspections are something additional that's required for our fire department, and it's something that is a pass-on fee that's going to be passed on to the consumer, the people who are actually having to have inspections done. And there's actually 460 inspections that need to be completed within our community. Internal and external communications, we love being part of the Madeira Beach community out here. You'll see us on many occasions being involved in different type of social events, whether it's the Freemasons or the Elks Lodge or the VFW or the American Legion. We're always very interested in participating in any of those type of operations that we can be involved in. The city parades and the sort. You know, we use those as an avenue for us also to share the message of public safety and fire safety and what the community needs to be aware of. You know, we offer our CPR classes and our fire safety classes at little or no cost to our community, as well as regular blood pressure checks and home inspection fees as well. And last but not least, talking about public safety and internal and external communication, one of our big, huge public outreach programs has been Clover, our firehouse dog, who is doing very well, who actually was just on the Mike Calta show yesterday. So, yeah, she's quite a little celebrity out there. She came back from charm school after being gone for 2 weeks with a whole list of behaviors that she can do for us, and she's turning out to be quite the asset for us. There's actually a certification program that we're putting her through, and I think there's 25 different behaviors that she has to exhibit on a regular basis to actually receive that certification. So we're working for those, and she's doing a really good job for us. So that's basically the goals and objectives that we're looking at for the fire service in this coming year.
Do the firefighters have to go through the same training as
There's a few things that I'd like to break my firefighters from, but for the most part, there's actually one trainer assigned on each shift for Clover. So one of them is responsible for her care and treatment, and they're responsible to make sure the rest of the firefighters treat her accordingly with the guidelines that we've set up. When the trainer came in, they said, understand that this is not a pet anymore. She is a service animal, and you've got to treat her as such. So, while you'd like to, do a lot of things that you'll do with your dog, you can't do those with Clover because, she has a purpose and she has a task. She has plenty of time to run around and play, don't get me wrong. But she's also has guidelines on how she performs, just like the firefighters do when they get a call, which is interesting because she's very, very smart. Let me give you a little side note there. I was concerned about her, when we first got her that, when the tones go off, the firefighters are in the truck. They have 90 seconds to get out of the station. They don't have a lot of extra time to be taking care of an animal. So our decision was whenever the tones go off, Clover needs to know her place. She needs to go into her cage, So when we got her back, tones go off. She goes in her cage and sits down like a little lady. The guys get on the truck and leave, and everything is perfect. So the guys have her on their telephone, so they can set that tone off. Well, she's learned now that tone may not be for the fire trucks. If all the guys don't go, she's not going. She'll look at them. She knows the difference between the tone in the station and the tone on their telephone. So she's a little smarter than the average dog, I think. So you know, but she's been a huge asset for us, and we're very pleased with her.
Chief, how many drones do we have?
We have one.
Just one, okay.
Yes, sir.
Second question is, the renewal for the contract with the Reddingtons, when is that coming up? And it's soon, I know that.
We have 3 separate contracts, and they're all at staggered times. One of them is coming up here at the end of the year, and the next one, I think, is 6 months after that, and then another one follows about 6 months after that time.
How long are the contracts? A year, 5 years?
The original contract that we signed, which was signed before I came on the department, was 10 years, with a 10-year renewal, and we're at the end of that 20-year mark now.
And it never got increased one time in 20 years.
Well, it did. Actually, there's been some changes in there, and there is a built-in factor in there to increase that cost. It's based on one of the financial indexes. But yeah, there is increases built into that cost. What we're running up against now is there's a change in the service level that's being provided, because Pinellas County EMS wants us to have a unit in that area up there to provide more rapid response for their EMS service up there. So that's going to change some of the requirements. If we were keeping everything status quo, it may not be a big issue as for us to just simply renew that contract when it's coming around. But now I think it's something that Mr. Evans has spoke about, that we need to look at how we're doing that and how that funding mechanism works.
But what I mentioned last night was, excuse me, the fact that they need to start having a stake in any of the new equipment we get. We know you want a new truck, and that's not going to be cheap. Number one, it's not going to be cheap to put all the stuff on it that you need on it, because we know what the fire truck took. But over the course of that 20 years, there's been, I think, 2 regular fire trucks, and now the ladder truck, now new fire station. So they need to participate in these incremental costs to us. So that needs to be the conversation with them in my book.
Madam Mayor, if I may, one of the things I asked that question to the chief, has any increase occurred associated with our contract agreements, and is it safe to assume that because of these contracts, we've incurred additional costs on and above what we would normally have incurred? And in my conversations with the chief, that hasn't been the case. We've been providing the services with the existing personnel and with the existing apparatus. Now, we've had to purchase new apparatus because it's been at the end of its useful life, but there's not a tangible item that we can hold and say that we purchased this for the purposes exclusively to fulfill the contractual obligation. These are items that we would have already had to purchase because they're at the end of their useful life. As far as our ladder truck and our apparatus and those types of things, we were in the business of going through that replacement process to start off. So that's why in the previous conversations that we had, that I have to find out the cost for fire suppression services, what the cost it is for our residents, and if those contracts effectively, when they were established with some basis and some information to come up with that figure. Because right now, I've asked the question, why do we charge the fees we charge? Because we have. So the formula and the mechanism as to how we've derived those fees, that I think is the issue. And then finding out, because we may find out that we have collected a windfall in revenue or we've been subsidizing. And that's where we need to find ourselves on and having that analysis done. But based on my conversation with the chief, we can't show where fire services or expenditures have been made associated exclusively with those arrangements.
I'm not saying they were exclusive, but they're benefiting from them. And the pickup truck portion of it is not replacing something else that's already there. It's in addition to the service we're already providing. So, I agree with some of what you're saying, but not all of it.
The conversation that I've had with the Reddingtons, because we've had very basic conversations about that, and their comment back to us is they've given us basically over the 20 years about $5 million and we've provided them fire service coverage up there, but now this is something more than that. And their comment is, so what do we get for that $5 million which we gave you? That's what we've been running up here all this time. Well, So, there's two sides to that coin. I agree with what you're saying. The quick response vehicle that we've been talking about is something that we'll all benefit from, but it's definitely something that needs to be evaluated.
And we have broached the subject with them. If we deploy the quick response vehicle over there, they know that that's an increased level of service, especially consistent with if we operate that station that's looking to come online. So they are aware that in the event that there's an expansion of service, that we're gonna have to talk in terms of what the contract calls for. But certainly, I think we owe it to ourselves to find out exactly what the cost for fire service is and then be able to say, okay,
It is what it
X amount
is.
of dollars, yeah. Because in good
Right.
conscience, how can I increase a contract? How can we all increase contracts or say that we need additional X, Y, and Z when I can't break down the actual cost to provide that service? So that's something that we want to do as part of the budget process for sure.
Well, it needs to be done before we go into another contract with any of them. The one that's due at the end of the year, so.
Will it be done by that time? Will we
I
be
think,
able
so.
to determine?
I think we can be able to get the study turned around pretty quickly.
Do we know, Chief, if Seminole, if the partner with us, okay, is doing the Reddingtons, have they had increases over the years? I mean, how many years has Seminole had it if we've had them 20 years?
20 years.
They've had them 20 years too?
Right. Whenever
Okay.
they dissolved their fire department there in the Reddingtons, that's when they decided they were going to contract out fire service protection with the city of Madeira Beach and Seminole. And Mr. Evans, I was kind of embarrassed as, he said, well, how did we come up with that number? And I said, number one, they happened before I got here. And number two, I have no idea. It's not based on millage rate. It's not based on call volume. It's not based on anything. It's a number that they said, hey, let's pay this amount, as best I can figure.
Right.
And that's what's
And
been
it
there
worked.
ever since.
Or we think it worked.
Yeah, and basically, that money, whatever that number is, has that calculation added in there every year, and then it's split 50-50 between Seminole and ourselves.
And I guess my question was, and maybe you answered it and I just missed it. The question was, do you know if Seminole has increased theirs over the years?
They get the same increase that we get.
Okay.
It's based
Okay, you
on
did
some
answer. Okay.
financial magic that Walt and people like
Okay.
Walt come out and draw out of the air and
Some of it's
calculate in
based
there.
on population.
No, it's based on the cost index, I believe.
Okay, just out of curiosity, is the Seminole station, is that the same in mileage going over the Seminole Bridge and going to the Reddingtons? Oh, it would be further, wouldn't it, than
Yes,
than
ma'am.
us, for instance,
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
than us providing the service?
But if you look up at like Reddington Shores, then the Seminole station would be closer into Reddington Shores than we would be. And Seminole also takes care of the fire inspection services in the Reddington communities. So that's part of that split as well.
The inspection services?
Right,
Okay.
the fire inspections, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So basically, the 470 inspections or whatever number you said that have to be done, that's none on Reddington, that's strictly on.
That's strictly Madeira Beach.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And that may be something that we look at expanding with this next contract is, so they're
Doing
paying
that.
the consistent fire inspection fees up there, but they don't have as many commercial properties in the Reddington communities as we have here, so. Yes, sir.
You gonna leave?
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Always a
Thank you.
pleasure.